Hey, morning. Welcome, everybody. BC Bubbleman here, and welcome to Bubbleman's World, and welcome to Hash Church 5.0, episode 18. I'm going to let Sir Skunkman into the room here, and we're going to start the show, everybody. I hope everyone's had a good weekend so far. Of course, it was MJ Biz conference this week, so I'm sure we'll be getting into that. I had all sorts of people from my crew down there. My Michigan crew was down there. Shout out to Rolganics and Papa Sift. My partners in Missouri were there. Missouri and Colorado. My partners from Illinois. Shout out to Dred and Marshall. They were there as well. My new partners in Maryland. Shout out to Seth and the whole team at Bouquet Labs. We just started up and running with those guys, so I'll probably talk about them for a little bit today. How are you doing, Skunkman Sam? I can't see you, but I see that you're in the room.
I'm alive. Do you
Well,
hear me?
that I can hear you absolutely.
I have to figure out. Oh, my camera's off.
Well, there it is. Not that I could ever see you, but when it is on, I can see your Dr. Seuss doll. My partner in Missouri is Ted Moritz. Ted Moritz, a real good fellow. So yeah, how are you doing over there? You're alive, you said?
Yes, I'm 100% alive.
I see your wife got one of the Legends jackets from Jer.
Yes, she's had that for quite a while.
That's
And
awesome.
I've got one also.
Of course you do. You should get the first one. Legend of Legends. So Colin's going to be in a little bit late today. He's been having a hell of a couple of weeks. He'll come in and share with us. I know he had a problem last week with his father, who's quite sick and in hospice, and today he's having a problem with his older cat, who's 18 years old and getting a little sick. So we'll give him a shout out. Hopefully he'll be coming in here sooner than later. No real plan for the show today, to be honest. I've got some plans for future shows here. Today was going to be just real chill. I invited a bunch of people. I invited, the regular group, as well as I threw Dr. Mark Lewis in there. I know he's probably busy, but I tossed him in there. I threw in Alec Dixon from SC Labs. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it. I added Logan, Wolverine Dabs, and Jen Doe, who were on the episode oh, and don't let me forget my partners in Oklahoma, who I'm not sure were at MJ Biz conference, but they're in the room right now as well. Hall of Dank, you can see Cabo Dank is my new partner in Oklahoma, and they're doing hash hits right now, and they're looking to get into traditional hash and a bunch of other things. So I'm pretty damn excited. I'm pretty damn excited. In fact, I'm almost tempted to show my new Bubbleman brand video, considering it's quiet and we don't have a lot of people in the room right now and there's not a lot of conversation. I think I'm going to try to put that on, Sam. I was sent this just today. This is a private link, but I should be able to share it. Let's see what we got here. This is a video that our homie's been working on. Oh, there's the grand history of cannabis. That looks pretty awesome. Where'd you get that, Sam?
From the artist, Mossy Giant.
Mozzie Giant did that?
Yes.
Oh, wow. And is that an actual book or just kind of a poster?
It's a book.
What I thought.
It includes various uh, legends such as me, Soma, and all kinds of Dutch guys, especially. It's got
Wicked.
Ben Dronkers, it's got Mila, it's got Simon Vinkenhard. It's got zillions of Dutchies, and somehow I made it in there also.
Well, you belong in there for sure, dude. You've been there long enough, doing things long enough. Shout out to Mila. She just turned 80 years old, I believe. Happy belated birthday to Mila from the
That was
crew at Hash Church.
that was yesterday. I saw Mila yesterday.
Nice, nice. And I'm sure she was in good spirits. Welcome, Dr. Mark Scialdone and Mr. Wade Laughter. Appreciate you guys showing up for Mass today.
Good morning.
Always appreciate to see you guys on a Sunday morning after oh geez, after a night of smoking hash hard and heavy and even eating some edibles. I'm a little cannabis hungover. How you doing, Wade? You look like you're at the facility there. You look like you're at the hospital. I hope you're doing okay, brother.
That is
Sending our love.
actually correct, Marcus. I'm at the hospital due to extreme difficulty keeping my blood oxygen levels where they're supposed to be. And
Here,
evidently,
Wade, why don't you borrow this?
I am on oxygen, Sam.
I'm
And
on it 24/7.
yeah, I've talked to the nurses and doctors, and evidently, if I decide to start using oxygen full time, you can't really go back. That's my understanding. And so I'm working at trying to make it work without supplemental oxygen. I just saw a whole bunch of information and test results about my heart that I'm looking forward to understanding more fully what it means.
Still eating?
You can take this tray. Thank you.
You're so welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
How kind and
Anyway,
amazing are
so
nurses, Wade? Like how kind and amazing are nurses?
I am blown away. I got to say, the nurses, particularly in this small rural hospital, it's very clear to me that they're very challenged in terms of resources. But somehow the kindness really comes through in a way that I think needs to be praised more often.
I agree, and
I
that's why I said
remember,
it.
I remember I was in critical care. This was 40 years ago when I was diagnosed with diabetes. And they put me in an oxygen tent in critical care. And I was smoking a doobie in there. And she came in and she goes, "Do you want to blow yourself up?"
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you got to be careful with oxygen. It's I don't know why I didn't know this, but when I was younger and tobacco smoke was prevalent at concerts, I'm hypersensitive to tobacco smoke. I get real sick. I can green out and throw up and worse than most people. And so I got to a point where I was really like trying to apply for an oxygen tank to be able to go to concerts because I literally felt like I was shortening my lifespan every time I went to a concert and had to look at people just sucking on Marlboro lights. Couldn't deal with it, and I eventually came to the conclusion that yeah, you're not going to be bringing an oxygen tank to a concert where everyone's smoking butts. It just won't happen. Um, yeah, I think I want to show this video if you guys don't mind. It's about 6 minutes long, and it's a video that my team put together in Michigan, and it kind of just is our story telling what we're doing in Michigan. So I'm gonna try and figure out a way to open it up real quick. I have the headphones in, so obviously I'm gonna have to put my speaker on, and I don't know how good the sound will be from my speaker to my microphone, so you guys will have to let me know. I'm gonna give that a shot real quick here. So just bear with me, Hash Church masses. Get this done here. Oh, there we go. Turning it on might help. Okay, here we go. Let me get this done here. Boom. Maybe just give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear this.
Hey, Michigan, we're bringing my hash hits and more BC Bubbleman products to a dispensary near you. Thanks for staying tuned. Hey, how's it going? My name is Marcus Richardson, aka the Bubble Man. You know, I've been into the cannabis industry since I was about 15 or 16 years old. I was deeply involved with the hemp growing legally for the first time in my province of Manitoba back in the mid 90s. I moved to British Columbia in 96 and became an integral part of the BC Compassion Club through growing and providing and procuring cannabis for them. And it was around 1998 that I ended up getting into a little bit of trouble. And that trouble, funny enough, led me into the wonderful world of bubble hash. And then really most excitingly are these Bubble Man brand deals that I've been doing recently. The key factor for me is finding an incredible hash maker. And with Michigan, it was no different. I was reached out to by a gentleman by the name of Papa Sift, aka Ryan Wall, and he just checked all the boxes. A true bubble ambassador, a true lover of the art form of hash making. And he reached out to me and he connected me with this amazing group of gentlemen of growers from Michigan called Rolganic. And really, it just everything fit like a beautiful glove.
Hey everyone, it's Papa Sift here. Welcome to our lab. Come check out where we make all the BC Bubble Man products here in Michigan. I've been doing solventless for since 2009, I'd say. And I've been doing it at scale for since 2017. So I think I just had a strong grasp of running a lab. I also had experience running a BHO lab at a different facility in Jackson, Michigan. So it's kind of all translated and able to pull it together and run a small crew over here. We decided to go to Jamaica Cannabis Cup in 2015. I think it was the first international cannabis cup down there. And a mutual friend linked us up and it was cool to go meet him and pick his brain. But I wanted to just go there to meet people like Marcus and, people that I wanted to just network with and see if I could figure out how to get into the industry. It's been fun kind of managing that and trying to break through.
Papa Sift is really second to none. And for the Bubble Man brand to survive and to succeed, that is a major important factor in moving forward. And so I got to give a huge shout out to Papa Sift, following the Bubble Man SOPs, incorporating his own SOPs that he learned over the years from me. We've done many, many, many FaceTime hash making sessions with our Osprey, with our hash tech, with our rosin presses, from decarboxylating materials using the sample automation rosin reactor. All of it we've done closely together. And so I just got to give a huge shout out and a thank you to Papa Sift for sort of putting all of this together with the Bubble Man brand and Rolganic.
BC Bubble Man has been the brains of the operation and I'm the hand carrying it out. He does have very precise SOPs to follow. So when we're trying to do certain higher end SKUs, it has to be pretty specific on how he wants things followed. So depending on the SKU, we'll do 3 to 6 washes and we'll start off with very gentle agitation and slowly ramp up agitation just to make sure that we're getting everything off and not leaving any meat on the bone.
I would be remiss as well if I didn't mention the live hash vapes that we're going to be releasing with the Kung Fu vapes in the Michigan market. Really excited about these. I've been testing a whole variety of vape hardware. Really like the Kung Fu disposable units. That's going to be live hash rosin. These products always, of course, you got to grow exceptional cannabis. You got to do it with consciousness. You got to do it hopefully regeneratively and sustainably so you can keep doing it. And then, of course, a really important factor as well is making sure that you have the right hash maker for the brand.
This got the Kung Fu vapes, has nice airflow. It preheats every time you turn it on and off, so it never gets stuck. It's a pretty smooth experience, I'd say. So we did the 73, 90, and 120U of the strawberry lemonade that I'm washing right now. So you get different flavor profiles from each bag. I noticed more of a creamier one for the higher micron bags and more of a fruity flavor for the 73. The BC Bubbleman products are going to be something new to the Michigan market, and we're really excited to bring them here. So these half kits are dry sift from BC Bubbleman Techniques. They're disposable, 5 come in a pack. They're 0.2 each. So each pack has a gram of hash. Technically, by like volume per weight, one of these is equivalent to a joint. These are our first batch here in Michigan, so I'm pretty excited to get these on the market. We just got the test results back. This is our first drop, and the strain is soap.
Is incredible and amazing, and they've been the perfect partners, growing 17 acres of incredibly organic, beautiful, sustainable cannabis flowers, really paying attention to the SOPs in regards to how they harvest, how they maintain fresh frozen from literally the time that the plant is cut down right up until the time that we're processing the material. So they've been incredible in that sense. I couldn't imagine a better partnership. And we're really looking for the same thing in regards to dispensaries. We're looking for conscious owners, people that want to get their customers, sort of the best that they can, depending on where they fit into the SKUs. Because when I say the best, the best could be a hash hit for one guy, it could be full melt dry sift for another guy. So it's not really speaking about the quality as much as what is the best fit for the customer in regards to price point, THC percentage, and volatile organic compounds. So if you feel that might be you guys, and that's one of what's sort of the mission behind your group in Michigan, we would love to hear from you. You can reach out to BC Bubbleman at iCloud.com. You can reach out to BC Bubbleman on Instagram, Papa Sith on Instagram, Rolganic on Instagram. And if you reach out to any one of us, we will get the message, and we'll make sure to reach out and see if we can't create some nice synergies with local groups in Michigan.
Well, that was my shameless plug, and I just think that Damon did an unbelievable job on that video, and Papa Sift is making incredible hash, and the whole team at Rolganics has just been doing an unbelievable job. I mean, growing 17 acres of organic cannabis is no slight. And I mean, listen, there's one video out there where the gentleman is on his hands and knees. There's 8,000 plants in the grow. And he's like, when he's putting those the material over top there, he does all of them by hand. So he spends 4 or 5 days walking around on his hands and knees. If you can imagine 4 or 5 days walking around there on his hands and knees, it just gives you a little bit of an idea into the insight of the sheer amount of blood, sweat, and tears that goes into producing cannabis. It really is quite something. And I was just given that video today. There's still going to be a little bit of work done for it. We've been putting a lot of work in for the last year plus. So I just wanted to, give those guys a shout out. And they're setting the bar for the Bubbleman brand down in the US. And I just I really couldn't be more excited about that current partnership. So apologies for the shameless Hash Church plugs that Bubbleman pulled this morning. But hey, after 10 years, I bet you can't find too many of those going on in Hash Church. And it seemed like a fun sort of thing to share at this particular time. Yeah, so there it is.
When are you coming to my state, Marcus?
Oh, there's a question. Why are you smoking concentrated X instead of Bubbleman brand? It's like, well, because the Bubbleman brand's down in Michigan. I'll be getting my waiver here soon and coming down to the US for the first time in almost 30 years. So I think I'm gonna have to create a cool little like Bubbleman tour. Maybe I'll go and grab the Merry Pranksters bus and just cruise around the US in the Merry Pranksters bus, go drop in on Dr. Mark Scialdone, go drop in on Wade.
Yeah, so
Pretty
when
fun.
is Vermont gonna get
Hey,
a
you're muted,
Bubbleman?
Dr. Mark, but I can't see you're muted.
Am I muted?
It's weird. I think he's talking off camera
Can
anyway,
you
but
not hear
still.
me?
I hear you.
And wait, I can't. Oh, wait a minute. I know. I can't hear you guys because I'm an idiot. 1 second. All right, let's see. How's that? Can you guys talk again?
When are you coming to Vermont?
Oh my goodness. Very soon after I come to Michigan. It'll be literally on the same trip. Vermont is a place that I've wanted to go Since about August 22nd of 1993, when I first saw Fish in at the Commodore in Vancouver, I had been listening to him for a little while. My good friend Harry, actually, it wasn't Harry. He worked at Harry Rosen, and his brother's name was Harry. It was Jeff. This guy, Jeff, who was quite proper and wore suits and was nothing like what I was like when I was 17 years old. But you know what? Sometimes you meet freaks in disguise, and you don't really know when you're younger. But this was a freak in disguise, and he gave me a mixed tape. And on that mixtape was Chalk Dust Torture and Stash from Picture of Nectar. And he had a bunch of other stuff. He had Leo Kottke, and he had some good stuff on this tape to just get kicked down. And that's literally how I got turned on to Fish. And I'd go home and listen to this album, have it in my car, and was just like, oh, these guys are incredible. And that was kind of one of my first relationships. And this guy, I'd go to his place, and of course we, smoke cannabis together, and then he'd put on Fish and just be like, you could hear a pin drop other than Fish, and it was just playing through this incredible stereo system. And there was no talking during the playing of the band. Like, no, we're just gonna listen. We're gonna listen together. And if you want to kind of, be excited about a note that was hit or sustained or transferred, transformed, you can do that. But we're gonna be nice and quiet while we're listening to Fish. So that was, yeah, you never know sometimes. I tell people all the time, young people, be open to mentors, and older people, be mentors. And sometimes a younger person can be a mentor to an older person in a different situation. So there's no rules to it. You will manifest your mentors in your life through the decisions and the words that you speak, the spelling, if you will. And it's important to have great mentors. I've had some amazing ones over the years, and I am just so thankful to good mentors that I myself try to be a good mentor to as many people as I can. Sometimes it's as simple as just giving small advice. Someone reaches out to you, shares their story. Sometimes it's just listening. If you just listen to someone's story, that can be mentoring someone. You certainly don't have to be giving them life advice and telling them how to live their life to be a mentor. So shout out to all the mentors out there, and shout out to the 232 people that are here with us at 9:22 in the morning with Dr. Mark and Wade and Skunkman Sam and myself. I know Colin's going to be showing up here in a little bit, and I suspect we'll have some more visitors over the course of the show today. How was MJ Biz Conference, Dr. Mark? It looked like a hoot.
Yeah, yeah. Well, first, let me just get back to your brand for a second, not to shamelessly plug it, but
Sure.
so if there are producers in other states that other than Michigan,
Yeah.
like Vermont, I mean, I could think about a couple of my homies here in Vermont that would probably love to do this co-branding. Should they just reach out to you directly, or do you
Yeah.
have like
Yeah.
is there another person in your business that they ought to reach out to?
No, I think it's direct for sure. Any states that have an interest that like the look of that, the Michigan partners are really tried and true and above and beyond, because not only they want to make it easier for everyone in the other states. They put a lot of time and energy and money into building this up, creating assets, doing all the work. It's taken them well over a year. And then not to mention like the grow, right? Like growing 80,000 pounds of fresh frozen last year, growing 113,000 fresh frozen pounds. You saw the reefer trucks. I think they have about 7 of them filled up with fresh frozen right now. So yeah, it takes a lot for sure. We need good
Mhm.
partners. I am very generous in the brand because my partners fund the brand. I give them the lion's share. And Michigan is going to be very helpful. They're looking into, stockpiling the packaging so that when
Right.
a new group comes in from a new, like Vermont, say, and it's not the biggest state, and they, maybe they're like, oh, we want to do it, but we don't need like an MOQ of 100,000 boxes of each of your SKUs, which is kind of what you get into when you want to reduce the costs and open up your margin a tiny bit. You got to buy more to get that price down. So
Right.
their concept and idea is they're going to kind of do that, warehouse it in Michigan. And when a new partner wants to come on, they can just send out some Temple Ball packaging or some full melt dry sift packaging or whatever the packaging is. And really, really, I mean, the amount of time for the photoshopping and the working and the creating of all those assets. And they just leave a little blank spot on the boxes for the sticker to go on because you're in a new state now. You're going to have different regulations. Maybe
Right.
THC has to be at this part of the box. It's all very specific. So, yeah, anyone that wants to reach out from any of the states currently, you can reach out to BC Bubbleman at iCloud.com. This has been 25 years in the making when you really think about it. 25 years, 1999, I released bubble bags and started teaching, coined the term bubble hash, started teaching people how to, make water hash and learn how to dry it and, different ways of smoking it and all of these things. It's been a 25-year journey to kind of get to market in the US where now people can actually go and buy the products, from what I call myself is your hash maker's hash maker. Like in the branded world, the Bubble Man brand, some people don't know who we are. We'll go to stores, they'll be like, "Oh, I never heard of him." And we'll say, "Well, he's your hash maker's hash maker. So ask your hash maker." And so far it's been about 100% that when they ask their hash maker, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the guy. I learned from that guy, like indirectly on the internet or whatnot." So absolutely
So
reach out.
So just to sort of predicate this, so is your ideal partner that you're looking for in these other states already licensed and say producing hash and just wants to take their hash game up, or is it somebody who just is not making hash and realizes that, and really to make a commitment to excellence, we need to, partner with your brand?
Good question. And it can be both. I mean, it's almost exclusively that one of the things you need for the brand is you need a well-funded outfit. And in the cannabis world, often well-funded outfits are not the people that you want to do business with. So it becomes this very difficult treading very carefully. And because I'm not going to find those people either. What happens is their hash makers find me. And so they reach out to me. They're like, "Oh, I saw you were in this state and that state. I've been watching your videos since I was 15 years old." And I'm like, "Oh my God, holy shit, that's a little bit young." I've been watching your videos since I was 15 years old and I've been following your procedures and this, that, and the other thing. Those are generally the people that get the conversation. And then they'll tell me, "Oh, I work with this group. They're actually really good people, but they are the kind of money people. They're not the full Chads, but they're definitely people that are funded and this, that, and the." And so I kind of, through the eyes of the hash maker, I look for who those amazing partners are going to be. And in Michigan, it just really fell together incredibly because there was Rolganics, and then there was the lab that Papa Sift worked, and they were kind of separate, but they were going to get together. And then the people who had the lab kind of got more involved, and it's just been this growing. We've got, I wish I could give everyone a shout out. I want to shout out Joe Fox, who's our sales guy in Michigan, who just drives around and passes out the samples and is really good on the ground and getting Bubbleman brand into so many different stores. Michigan is an incredible market. It really is. I love the fact that it's a mature market. It's a big market, but it's not a bougie market. It really is blue collar. People work hard in Michigan. They're not looking to spend $150 on some gram of rosin. So even beautiful products like some of the nicest live hash rosin will sell for like $40, $35 a gram, which, as someone who sells the product, oh yeah, it would be amazing to sell $100 grams, but honestly, it would also not be amazing to sell $100 grams. Like, fuck $100 grams. Oh my God, let's make it affordable. Let's make people, have access so that they can enjoy this beautiful stuff. Let's not price ourselves out
Yeah,
of the product.
for years, Michigan had a robust medical program, and I think Marcus. I did all my colleging I did my undergraduate and master's at Michigan Tech, and then I went back to Wayne State in Detroit and did my PhD. So my wife is from Michigan. My wife's family's from Michigan. I first played Grateful Dead cover music in Michigan. I mean, I just, we know a lot of people. And so the robust medical program that they had for years, where people were able to, grow for patients, always created an overabundance of product. And so the market became very sophisticated because there was high quality flower that's been grown there for years. And I think it was a smart licensing program the board there seemed to have their, eye on the prize. They knew the black market, they weren't going to stuff them out unless they can basically come up with the same quality of products and same dabbable products, and they weren't scared. Here in Vermont, it's a little different, because they had more of a, I don't know, medical slant to things, and they put a THC cap on things, and they really made sure that, manufacturing was, like they didn't allow closed loop butane, which, yeah, I mean, call it what it is. I mean, if people can't get BHO at the dispensaries, they're going to buy it on the black market. There's no question about it. But the thing, like, and just to jump over to BizCon real quick, it's like the market has changed so much, and the unanticipated impacts of the Farm Bill here down in the States is that now you can get THC containing products not at a dispensary anymore. With these beverages, you could now buy them at a liquor store. So when you're going to stock up for a party at the holidays and you want to buy your booze and your beer underneath the same roof, you can now get THC, beverages. And that market has really opened up in a few states, in particular, Minnesota. And I'm not sure how that's going in Michigan, but I know it's huge in Minnesota. And at like Total Wine, which is a large coast to coast distributor of alcohol, they have displays at every stores. And I guess it's just a huge growth sector that's again being fueled by cheap THC that's being chemically converted from CBD. So yeah, Marcus, I went over on your suggestion, went over to the Root Sciences booth and met your partner there. I forget his name, but we took a picture, I think, and selfie and send it to you, right?
Daniel?
Yeah, yeah. So they were
Yeah,
super kind and talked to the Roots guys. I mean, we had bought a
with
couple white
Sam,
plums from them years ago. Yeah, Fadi and
Body,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, so what's funny is that this year, more so than anything, it was the pre-roll BizCon. There was pre-roll suppliers, pre-roll manufacturers. Everything was about frickin' pre-rolls. I mean, joint stuffing machines, custom colored papers, joint tubes. About every third booth, it seemed like, was some kind of pre-roll manufacturer. And now with the sophistication of testing, you know, there's no longer pre-rolls made with what, was sprayed, hemp with THC distillate. They're actually adding THCA isolate to really cheaply grown, bulk grown, super sack sized hemp. And that's again the lowest price to basically get into the pre-roll market. And so a lot of mass produced pre-rolls are just, infused, hemp. So it's crazy that that's sort of where things have come to. I mean, a lot of manufacturing, packaging, stuffing bags with, you know, 10 gummies exactly, those kinds of big things with hoppers to the ceiling. You wonder what kind of budget some of these companies have to set up these very elaborate booths, where they're showing, the depositing of, whether it's hemp or whatever into pre-rolls or into packaging. Still the most exciting stuff going on today in the cannabis on the science thing.
And Mark, is that primarily because that uh, they're being taxed and differently because it's hemp?
Well, are you asking about the pre-rolls in particular?
Yeah, yes, the pre-rolls.
I don't know. The pre-roll is a popular category. I mean, I know when my wife goes to the dispensary and, like we're going to a party or we're going out to be social where we want to smoke with others, we'll often buy pre-rolls just because it's a convenient, thing to get. It's like, oh, I don't have to roll a joint. I'll just, get some pre-rolls at the dispensary. But yeah, I mean, let's face it, Sam. I mean, it's kind of like, we're in a commodity business, right? And in order for businesses to make money or make any kind of profitability, they need to basically use the cheapest shit they possibly can when they mass manufacture shit, right? Because the cheaper their costs are, the more money they could stand to make, right? And it's just that kind of level of competition that I think drives low quality mids. This guy was telling me that he's convinced that most of that stuff is sprayed with terpenes too to give it a freshness, that it could be like last year's harvest stuff that sat in the back of the warehouse for a year and a half. Oh, let's turn that big super sack into a bunch of pre-rolls, spray it with terps, and sell them in New York City for whatever, right? So I mean, I think commoditization and pressure on producers to produce something sellable, anything sellable, but use the lowest quality material. And if you're sprucing it up with terpenes, where I was going with this was I think the most exciting stuff going on in cannabis industry today. And I think in the I can't think of stuff that's more exciting than this in the last several years, like last 5 or 6 years, Marcus, is the stuff going on at Abstracts, those guys down in SoCal that are, the ones that have found these tropical sulfur containing compounds. They also found what the human shit compound called scatol. Here's their swag sticker on scatol, right? It looks like a Snickers bar, right? So scatol is this indole compound that basically in part gives human feces the smell it does. And we always thought that, yeah, there was something beyond just terpenes alone that provided the gas essence of like sour diesel and skunk number one and all those really gassy
And
strains.
do you have an opinion, Mark, on whether or not all of these other volatiles that you're talking about actually potentiate and modulate THC, or are
Well,
they just giving taste and aroma and smell?
yeah, I mean, Sam, I'll forward you some of their papers. I mean, their papers are absolutely, I mean, Ian
No,
Oswald,
I've got
shout
all
out to
their
Ian.
papers,
Yeah,
and
so read
I've got
read
some
Ian's,
files they sent
yeah,
me.
yeah, read
Why
Ian's
don't we
papers.
invite
I
them
mean,
onto the
so
show, guys? You guys have
yeah, I
contact
mean,
with
we
these
could definitely
guys?
bring them on. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, of
they love
course.
to they love to come on and talk about their stuff. Ian's a great speaker,
And
but okay, so
have they done
yeah,
testing
so let me
themselves?
finish here. So what they've done is they're looking at primarily they're using rosin, which I think is really cool, Marcus, because obviously for all the reasons, right? They're not looking at a BHO or they're not looking at some other kind of extract. They're looking at rosins, but they do a sensory panel, Sam. So the sensory panel is again how a group of people experience the essence of the material by scoring it in different categories that have to do with skunkiness, muskiness, floral, citral, citrus. So what they try to do is they try to develop a correlation between, then they do sophisticated uh, GC, that's gas chromatography with not only mass spec detection, but they use what's called a volatile sulfur detector, which is not something that's universally available for all testing labs just yet. It's a very expensive detector. But what it detects specifically are the presence of these sulfur compounds. And so what they found again is that when you look at something like um, they were looking at things that were basically, enriched with the same kind of terpenes that you see across the board, like beta caryophyllene, you know, limonene, and all the typical terpenes we see. But when you look at the difference between strains, the way that humans perceive them, ones are more gassy, ones are more fruity. They even get down to the level of, is it more fruity like a berry fruity or is it kind of like a papaya
No,
fruity? And they
um,
try to differentiate it. And what they find, Sam, is it has nothing to do with the terpenes that are in there. Now, as you know, and you've said this before, terpenes do potentiate the cannabinoids, right? But what the differences in those strains have to do with is the presence of these volatile sulfur compounds. And these volatile sulfur compounds are particularly, difficult to measure because they're in an order of magnitude or two lower than the terpenes. The terpenes are there in, a fraction of a percent. These things are even, fractions of a percent. So as you know, when they flavor natural gas with sulfur containing compounds, just so you can detect them, the nose olfactory spectroscopy, right? Marcus olfactory hues from Lawn Boy, right? I get so overwhelmed by olfactory hue. That's just smell. But, we're able to detect these sulfur compounds. And here's the cool thing, Sam, that I thought was really cool is because there's so much more volatile, they're a better indicator of cannabis freshness, right? Because they're the ones to basically volatilize first because they're there in such small amounts and they're so fleeting. And you'll taste that in fresh and properly cured cannabis, but on older aged cannabis that's been sitting in the warehouse for a year or whatever, sitting on the shelf, and it goes stale. Yeah. So the presence of
What
these
happens if
compounds,
it's frozen at -30? Because that's what I found kept terpenes around.
yeah, I'm sure that that's going to retard the process of the volatilization of these things. I mean,
Yeah,
it is
their
just
testing
the
also
function.
sounds their
Yeah.
testing sounds really familiar to what we did, which was in 2000. We took pure THC, vaporized it, 25 milligrams in a volcano. Then we started marching. This was all double blind testing with subjects that didn't know what they were doing. And then we spiked it with the top 12 terpenes, one at a time on different days. So that, and then they had an organoleptic survey of 100 questions before and after the each different one that they did, and that's how we were able to determine that some terpenes have the power to modulate, and some terpenes have the power to potentiate, and so it sounds like they're almost doing the same thing. Are they
Yeah,
looking at it for
they
potency or just flavors and smells?
well, and freshness. So I mean, again, I can't emphasize that enough because in the when humans experience cannabis and you smell that smell like of skunk one or a properly grown sour diesel, I mean, that smell is fleeting. That smell will go away. And so
I
the
can
use.
guarantee you, Mark, that it still was mostly there 30 years later at -30.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. No, 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 no. Absolutely. At -30 in a dark environment, kept oxygen free. Yes, I believe you can preserve that. But I'm saying in general, Sam, so like if people were trying to do I don't know, some shady shit where maybe they were using a fresh COA, a fresh certificate of analysis, but trying to sell older weed that, was misrepresented by that certificate. Maybe these types of, again, when you're looking at the essence of the material itself and those sulfur compounds are there in such small quantities that it would be easy to discern that that stuff is just not fresh.
Yeah,
And
no,
I think if you look
I
at yeah, I was going to say one other thing is that we saw some technology around this was at BizCon around freeze drying and about accelerating the drying process. Well, in that process itself too, you end up purging a lot of those most volatile compounds and if you smelt the cannabis after this freeze drying process, it didn't smell like the fresh cannabis. There's definitely some high notes of the fragrance that are definitely gone. But shout out to those guys at Abstracts because they're doing just incredible science. It's so cool to see this happening, and that, you know, we can almost, like when I was showing some data on a live resin extract where we could account for 99.25% of what's in the jar. And it's total nirvana to think that we could account for exactly 100% of everything that's in a concentrate, right? So we know if you add up the terpenes and you add up all the cannabinoids and in there, we could basically account, there's no fats, no waxes, no lipids. And so what is that remaining 0.75%? It's probably not all the volatile sulfur compounds, but I think the work that Abstracts is doing is helping us understand what else is in that jar, and what else provides not only a measure of freshness, but I think a really important aspect of the human experience with cannabis.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
this
you,
this
if you
is this
compare
is the
it,
perfect time for Nick to come in, and I just texted him because anytime we get into thiols and this whole volatile organic compound, Nick, who just came in the room, welcome Nick Zeigler in the house. He did an enormous amount of work on these compounds with Yakima Chief hops when he was their main extractor there. So he's been on the show before. We're going to get into it a little bit. This was last minute for him, but what I really want to do is I want to do a whole show where we invite Abstract, Skunkman Sam, Dr. Mark, we get Nick in, and Nick has also already suggested that he has one or two other people. So, welcome, Nick. How you doing,
Thank
buddy?
you. And so sorry to interrupt. I would say that I was not the main extractor. The extraction guys were a whole
Oh,
different department.
sorry.
We ran the R&D lab, and uh, one of the guys who's actually there's two people. It would be Pat Jensen and Jackie, who were in charge of the lab and running all the research there. And I would say like they were like that was my department. But they're going to be a little bit more knowledgeable than I am on this in terms of the actual like hardcore chemistry of it. But yeah, thiols are pretty damn important. So sorry to interrupt. Please
yeah, hey
proceed with
Nick,
the
you'll
conversation,
Nick,
and then
Nick,
Nick,
do you have
you'll
an
know it's
idea?
cool. Go ahead. I was just going to mention just a quick experience I had with Ian. So Ian hands me a pen the other day at the show, and I'm like, "What is this? What am I hitting?" He's like, "It's hops." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, those are hops, terps, with I guess maybe some distillate or something like that in the pen itself." And I took a hit of it, and it tasted just like cannabis. I mean, it didn't have like a beer aroma or beer flavor at all. It tasted just like a typical, cannabis pen. I just wanted to add that.
well, yeah, I mean, like so terps are terps are terps. Thiols are thiols are thiols. Like depending on which plant they come from, they're going to be the same. Like in terms of like when they're concentrated and they're isolated. And hops and cannabis are pretty damn closely related. And I've had the privilege of having some experiences with vapes that were hop amplified, shall we say, and they basically could mimic the exact same characters because they're using the same compounds. So it's pretty fun. Um,
Well, I just want to mention that when I was doing the work with pure THC spiked with a single terpene, we did humulene, and it did not potentiate or modulate the effects of THC, for example.
I would 100% believe that. Humulene is it's much more concentrated than hops, and I don't think it would have any real impacts on the sort of cannabinoid effects. But I don't know. I haven't tested it.
And
But
have you actually tested the thiols with THC to determine if it can potentiate or modulate?
no, I have done none of that work because I was working in hops at the time. But I would not be surprised that there was be some interaction. I don't know what that would be. But thiols are pretty fundamentally important for detecting ripeness and uh,
Well,
fermentation,
one
obviously.
one thing I can say is that the majority of the terpenes did not modulate and potentiate THC, but a handful of them did.
Yeah, I this is So this is getting into neuroscience, which I'm fascinated by, but I don't have any like solid numbers on or really any expertise in. And I think it would be really, really cool if we could do a like sort of longitudinal study that focused on figuring out what these interactions were, and then
Yeah,
those the interactions
I
with the
want to under,
interactions.
I want to understand every volatile that might possibly do these kinds of actions. That's what I was interested in. When we did the terpenes, we were going to do the flavonoids next. But then we found out that flavonoids, when you vape them or you combust them, it deactivates them.
Yeah,
So
it'll
they're
denature.
active orally, but they ain't active, by vaporization or combustion.
Just like with any of these organic molecules, once you heat them to a certain point, they're going to break apart and they're going to denature effectively. Um, Now, that said, I have had experience with a low temp, very low ohm vape with flavonoids that were shocking, no cannabinoids. And there was definitely an effect. I have no idea what the compounds were coming out of that vape, so I don't really know. But it was really. But I saw the test sheets. I mean, obviously, I didn't test the actual cartridge when I was given it, but it was really really impressive. It was very liberating and very open and very energetic. But it was not cannabinoids. I don't know what the sort of the compounds that came after that transmutation from the heat were, but it was pretty cool. Um,
Yeah.
but
I'm not a chemist. The reason I say this is because Dr. Meshulam and
mhm.
Dr. Petrie, told me that if you want to get the effects of flavonoids, you need to take them orally.
And that would be the number one way to make sure that they're not being denatured, other than by your stomach acids. But that I think is probably a good approach in general for most compounds. That said, some compounds we won't actually like. I guess this is a completely non-scientific way of saying it, but we won't interpret, we won't actually like react to in the same way as we would if they were aromatic. So eating a thiol is going to be very different from smelling a thiol. It activates
Uh,
different things in our brains.
Yeah. Eating a terpene is very different than vaporizing or smoking a terpene. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the thing with flavonoids is flavonoids are very uh the structures are very complex. And so like everyone's heard of anthocyanins, right? Those are
Mm-hmm.
the pigments that make cannabis purple, make like, granddaddy purps, gives it that real perp color. You'll see that in your hash water too. So those are water soluble. That's right. And in fact, there's two portions typically to the flavonoids. There's a carbohydrate portion of the molecule that makes it water soluble, and then there's what's called the aglycone, which is the aromatic part, and that's often referred to as the flavonoids. The flavonoids that you get out of cannabis. Yeah, there's that purple color, right? Those are the anthocyanins.
I've got
And so
many pictures of purple fingers. So
yeah, they're highly colored because there's two parts to the molecule, and so you got to remember like when you make cannabis distillate, these molecules are way too big to survive thermally. So a lot of times the flavonoids that are analyzed for in cannabis aren't the full molecules themselves, but they're what's called aglycones, which is just a portion of the molecule. So quercetin is one of them. There's a number of different flavonoids that are in cannabis.
catechins and
Yeah,
yeah,
catechins, those kinds of compounds. Those compounds in the plant are conjugated to a carbohydrate moiety that's not present in the aglycone itself. But yeah, so they're highly colored too. So I think that's one of the reasons why, distillates and extracts can be kind of like that orangish color, and sometimes they actually turn red because I think they could actually oxidize up. But a little bit of flavonoid will go a long way to make something colored. So they're what we call high extinction coefficient compounds because they're highly colored.
So like a
Uh,
lot of the carotenoids for the orange colors and stuff like that. It's interesting because the uh, prevalence of these polyphenols and these compounds in drought-stressed grain and other C4
right.
plants is a reaction to dehydration and excess sun. So like you'll get these dark colorations coming in response to um, basically a high solar incidence and a high heat year. So you'll see maize and wheat and stuff like that like develop these colorations. And it seems this is not. I'm not aware of any research that has established this yet. I know some friends that were working on it years ago. I don't have the papers, unfortunately, but it looked like that there were a response to basically solar radiation and
Yeah.
stress.
Sure.
Interesting.
Chameleon will change its colors, right? I mean, they're going to change the colors based on the radiation they're getting and what they need to be beneficial for absorption for photosynthesis, right?
or or also just defense, like just like
Ye-
this is
Yes,
too much. We're getting too much radiation. So
right.
I just wanted to mention too that as an aside, when I stored resin just in a room on the shelf, or buds even in a room on the shelf at like 60 degrees or so, so it wasn't that warm. Uh, After a year, almost all the terpenes were gone from both the buds and or the resin, whereas the cannabinoids were mostly still intact.
that's pretty normal. So the volatile aromatics will, I mean, they're volatile. That's the whole point is that we can, if
Yeah,
you can smell them, they are going to go away eventually.
yeah,
Is that they're getting volatilized. 60 degrees is actually fairly warm chemically. And so they will just sort of evaporate over time.
yeah.
The
I was just doing
monoterps,
it
but
at
the
room
sesquiterp,
temperature.
I think your sesquiterpenes like caryophyllene aren't particularly that volatile.
They stick around much longer, Marcus.
Yeah. Why do you think
And
the police trained their drug dogs for caryophyllene, right? The one that's
Caryophyllene
present
oxide, I
the
think.
longest. Yeah.
that when Rob and I, as a joke one time, walked through airports and dropped caryophyllene on the bottoms of our feet and walked all through it, that was the reason we used caryophyllene.
That's actually sorry for the snort. That's freaking hilarious, dude. Um, I love it.
That's amazing. Yeah, so how
Resin
this
also, after a year or two, would turn pretty dark red colored. I mean, I didn't check it when it was red to see if any of it had turned into CBN, but the terpenes were all gone.
Well, the monoterpenes, as Mark said, the monoterpenes
Yeah,
will have
correct.
gone, but like you're still gonna get some spicy, earthy notes like the caryophyllene and stuff like that. So
Very nice. So yeah, the reason I invited you in, well, I always want to invite you in. You're awesome, and I love how articulate you are, and how well spoken you are, and how knowledgeable you are. But no, Dr. Mark was mentioning abstract and the work they're doing with these. I don't know if you would say newly discovered sulfur compounds, because I feel like you were talking about it years prior on Hash Church before those studies came out. But that's kind of why I wanted you to come in and give your perspective on what Abstract's been up to, and your knowledge of that, and maybe what you've done that's similar.
I have looked at some of what Abstract has been publicizing, and this may be marketing, but realistically, the understanding of the importance, and we used to say the outsized importance of thiols in flavor, has been known for over a decade, especially in hops, and it's interesting that they are claiming that they're the discoverers of these, because I think that's possibly maybe they're the discoverers in cannabis, but this has been known in hops for quite a while. There are papers going, back to 2008 that really showcase the importance, and we say the outsized importance of thiols, because in extraordinarily low concentrations, these compounds can really drive the character and aroma of hops and also cannabis. And it was identified early on that these compounds were sort of responsible for tropical fruit flavor in Cabernet Sauvignon, or not Cabernet, sorry, Sauvignon Blanc grapes in New Zealand. There was a fantastic study about the microbiome of the soil and how that affects that. There's a really great study on Amarillo hops early on, and how these all are what we sort of identify as passion fruit and grapefruit, and all of these characteristics. They come from the interaction of these thiols and terpenes, and the two classes together create the. I mean, like if you have there's a bunch of papers, and I'll send you the link, Marcus, later, so you can post it on the video, that will show you the ratios at which these lead to passion fruit versus grapefruit versus whatever other tropical fruit you want. But this has been established for quite a while, so I'm surprised to see that Abstracts is saying that they're discovering these, and it may be that I'm misinterpreting their marketing, but
I also think part of their push is because most of the people in the cannabis industry did not have the technical ability to detect these materials.
I think that's a big one for sure, because I remember when Nick was talking about discovering these in hops, that he had to like jerry rig some equipment together in order to be able to perceive at that small of a.
yeah, it was the concentrations are tiny, and there are one or two orders of magnitude lower than what you would normally see terpenes in terms of expressing at.
I heard there was the really strong ones were 1,000 times less.
Yes, and that's I'm trying not to overstate things, but yeah, I'm gonna Marcus, I'm gonna bring you in, or I'm gonna bring in some people to talk about this, because they really know more about it than I do in terms of the technical specificity. But yeah, we found some compounds that were like at trillionths of of a concentration, like tiny amounts that were huge.
That is freaking amazing.
There's a really
Yeah.
funny story where a chemist opened a sample vial from Sigma. We bought a pure sample, and ran through the lab saying, "Hey, is this what you wanted?" And we had to evacuate for about 4 hours because it was so strong that people were gagging. And in low concentrations, it's beautiful passion fruit, but at strong concentrations, it's like the worst BO, and it's like durian times 1,000. And so it was just way too much for anybody to smell.
I love durians, but they don't allow them on airplanes, for example.
It's interesting
Exactly.
that you bring up durians. So obviously durians are producing these compounds in much higher amounts than I never knew. I always want, I mean, I figured it's a volatile organic compound, but that fruit, it tastes so good. But if I smell it in my mouth, it
It's
smells
kind of like vomit.
well, this was like a vomit crossed with like fresh baby diaper. It was
Yeah,
very
baby diaper,
terrible.
vomit, garlic, passion fruit, and yeah, all those things combined. And so, but what's really interesting is when you dilute those, you get mango, passion fruit, papaya. Actually, papaya is higher up, but when you dilute them or you mix them with other compounds, like, and this is where I've talked about this before, is we get the synergistic effect of like terpenes and thiols together. You can like sort of steer it towards a given characteristic, and it's super fun. But yeah, in its pure form, 3MH is intense, shall we say, at
I, I
best.
I feel like the conversation that I want to delve into, and this will potentially just be the pseudo start early part of that conversation until we can get this show organized, hopefully for next week or after, is what you said in regards to these compounds can be a driving force in the aromatic nature of the profile. That's what I want to get into because we're giving all of this props to terpenes because that's the one that produces the most. And yes, it smells amazing. And I'm sure while we were producing terpenes, aside from like a company like Sigma or something, we were also extracting all of those other volatile organic compounds. So what we were calling terpenes was really like a volatile organic compound profile.
100%, and that's really what a bunch of people have been sort of really looking into in the last couple of years. Abstracts being one of them, true terpenes being another. Just like anybody really who's in the aromatic space here for cannabis, but also for hops in general, is looking at as our technology has gotten better, we have been able to look at lower and lower concentrations of molecules and discover that some that are in tiny, tiny, tiny quantities have an outsized role. So at Yakima Chief, when I was there, we were using a sulfur chemoluminescence detector. It allowed us to detect the thiol compounds. So thiols are sulfur compounds and thioates are sulfur compounds. And we were able to detect them, but actually quantifying them is actually kind of difficult. So you need to have very specific equipment to do it. But it was pretty cool to see that, like, hey, hang on, like, we were looking at these 7 compounds for like identifying a different variety or saying that it's within spec, and those 7 compounds were terpenes. And then when we put them side by side, you'd see a marked difference, or so you put two varieties side by side, you'd see a marked difference, even though those terpenes were the same at the same levels. And it was the thiols that were driving the difference at like 1,000-fold less of a concentration.
That's why when we used our analytical standards from Sigma for the terpenes, we got the highest grade that we could. So there wasn't nothing else besides that terpene. And so when we spike it with pure THC, then we were able to determine what the effect of that one terpene was with THC.
So you were doing single by singles, so like
Oh,
THC
absolutely.
and terpene.
Yes, absolutely. 25 milligrams of pure THC, 100% pure THC. When we opened the vials of it, it would get oxygen in it and would start turning purple. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Yes, I have seen that. Actually, it's almost more prevalent in the industry that I've seen with the D8, the crystal clear. They call it clear D8. The D8 ones, like, they turn purple at the top of the vape, and it kind of bleeds down, and that to me is immediately signaling
Hydroquinone
oxidation.
Well, it
formation.
also does it with Delta 9.
Yeah.
Dr. Mark, is that what we were talking about the other day when I sent you that guy's flask that was like it went purple and then it went clear?
Yep. Yep. Same
Okay.
stuff. Yep. 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 Yep.
Well, when
Huh.
we exposed it to oxygen, first it turned purplish and it went down, and
Yep.
then it turned lightly reddish, sort of like a very light golden yellow,
Yep.
more like honey oil.
Yep.
Mm.
Over time, it'll turn brown as the oxidation reactions progress, and that's something I've seen. So a question for you: when you were doing the single terpene by THC studies, did you start including multiple other compounds? Because
No, because just doing the work with 15 subjects and the top 10, 15 terpenes was already so much work that if we would have included, you know, all 15 of them in varying amounts, varying percentages with different combinations, it would have been 1,000 times as much work.
and this is what we're running into, is that the cost and the time involved in doing this is massive, because what, in my experience, from the beer industry and limited cannabis experience, has been that actually the interaction between multiple compounds and THC and CBD and CBG is actually much stronger than just a one-to-one relationship.
That,
Um,
that that does not surprise me at all. It was just beyond my capacity to be able to do what I wanted to do, and yeah, so I did what I could.
this is one of those rare cases where I think that AI actually might be pretty good at this, that we could actually give it like all someone, I mean, someone smarter than I and more knowledgeable in programming needs to figure out how to put all of these compounds together in a way that a machine can understand and
Or at
say,
least able to predict the most likely situation so
yeah,
we could focus on the low picking fruit first.
yeah,
The
I
low
mean, it's a design of experiment, sort of, it's an ideal application for design of experiment maths,
yeah.
but it is complicated.
From the beginning, what I did was when we vaped pure THC, we immediately says this is nowhere near as good. In other words, it was 100% pure THC and it was 25 milligrams. And then we vaped some of my dry sip that was about 70% THC, and the dry sip was subjectively twice as strong. So
Interesting. and
it was
and I
very obvious that the THC plus the right terpenes was better than just the THC.
I mean, listen, we didn't even need to do the super complex, bioassay experiments because we know that the volatile organic compounds modulate our experience from the second we smell them.
Yeah,
If weed smelled like nothing, it would be so boring. Every time
yeah.
I put my nose in a bag of beautiful weed that doesn't really have a smell, I'm like really let down. And my nose, I have a very sensitive olfactory. It does that with fruit. If I'm in an orange grove, like the smell is just so good. It courses through my body. When I'm in the forest and I'm walking and I'm inhaling pinene and all these other compounds, it's like gives me clarity of mind. Like nature is set up for volatile organics compounds to modulate our experience. If you ever fly to India and get off the plane in like New Delhi or Mumbai, tell me that that smell did not modulate your experience
I've
in an
actually had
instant.
friends who got off at the airport, took a taxi into town. They went through the slums, they turned around, and they left on the next plane rather
Yeah.
than come into. And Bombay's not as bad as the slums surrounding it. I mean, the slums they're a cesspool.
Yeah, no, they're rough for sure. And this, I've never smelled anything like that in my life. It smelled like someone took every bad smell that could possibly exist and just like pushed them into one morphed smell. I
what you
just,
smelled was concentrated humanity,
oh my
for
God, was
better or
it ever,
worse.
dude? Was it ever? Whew. And then I saw an elephant literally 30 seconds into the cab. And I remember being like, oh, that's cool. And my buddy was freaked out and the cabbie was freaked out. And I was like, oh, isn't this just India? Don't elephants just cruise around India? And my buddy's like, no, dude, that one's like wild. It has no like it just came out of the fucking
Well,
jungle. And I guess
I,
they're unpredictable.
I can
And it's big
remember
and pissed.
I can remember seeing a guy with a wheelbarrow with his nuts in it because he had elephantitis.
Oh yeah. I think South Park ripped on that.
So just to talk about abstracts for a second, Nick. So
Let's
yeah,
do it.
they are the
Thank you,
first
Mark.
in the literature to report these compounds identified in cannabis. I think that's unequivocal. I don't think there was other reports. Now, some of those compounds are new too. Some of them are known, but they actually have identified now new compounds. The latest set of compounds that they identified weren't the sulfur ones, but they were the octanoic and decanoic acids that impart the cheese essence to like UK cheese and some of the more cheesier smelling things. But I think, really what they're doing, and again, we're all scientists, we're all looking at the same literature, we're all sort of standing on the shoulders of everybody who's come before us because certainly they didn't invent these sulfur compounds. They may have discovered them in cannabis. And it's so cool that they're also, some of the same compounds that are found in hops, right? Why would Mother Nature make a different set of flavorants for hops than for cannabis? It's no doubt that there's definitely common biosynthetic pathways. And if you look at some of those structures, Nick, as a chemist, what intrigues me the most is where does that sulfur come from biologically? There's two sulfur containing amino acids, cysteine and threonine, right?
And
Well, not
methionine.
threonine, but thiathreonine, there's a few sulfur containing side chains on naturally occurring amino acids. But sulfur is one of those things that, yeah, it's like in the atom economy of biochemistry, it has to come from somewhere. There must be like a synthetic pathway. And so I was brainstorming this the other day with Ian at BizCon. And Ian, I got to tell you, Nick, um, I've read all of his papers. I've read most of their white papers. I think he's really a very creative chemist who's really putting a lot of things on the table. And again, not that he's completely the first guy into volatile sulfur compounds, like you recognize, there's a whole body of literature out on this. But like putting scatols and indoles together with they had found some of those anthranilic amides that are like the grape kind of anthranilic amides and anthranilic esters, and now these long chain carboxylic acids. So, I mean, I think what they're trying to do, what their essence is what are those compounds that go beyond the terpenes? And that's why I think they're the most exciting thing going on in cannabis today, because again, I think maybe about 4, 5, maybe more like 10 years ago, right, Marcus? The world got sort of educated on how important terpenes were. And even still, a major number in our industry today, as it exists for economic reasons, is THC potency, right? So when you're wholesaling and when you're selling flower, and even when you're making a dispensary purchase for your own consumption, the THC number still has a lot to do with the purchase itself. But I think so what Ian and the guys down at Abstracts I think are really keen on developing is to try to understand what's the overall flavor. There are terpenes in there, and I think, companies like you said, True Terpenes seem to be focusing on sort of terpenes alone. But I think if you look at their sensory panel data, you'll see that it's not the terpenes that really make the differentiator between something that's lemony, fruity, and something that's gassy for exactly the reasons that you point out, Nick, which is that depending on what concentration these things are, they could have a more skunky, gassy sort of aroma, or they could have a very fruity aroma because where these things are in concentration is going to determine how our nose senses that. But again, I know the cannabis literature, the scientific chemistry end of it I think probably better than anybody else in the world. I mean, I'm one of those scientists who totally digs in by reading all those papers. And like with Mishulam's papers, some of those papers I've read multiple times. So I understood how the man was thinking. And I think I'm kind of developing that sense for Ian too, because I've read all of Ian's papers. And I can tell you just the thought process that's going on there, looking at the sensory panel data, then also looking at the volatile sulfur profile that they're getting at using that special detector. I think they are helping the detective story of trying to find out what else is in there. And what else do humans, really get off? Like when Marcus said, you can't open the train door at Bombay without smelling, the neighborhood and all the smells and the street cooking and everything. Yes, smell has a lot to do with what we respond to, and certainly there's no stretch of the imagination that that works with cannabis too. But what I would like to think is that what abstracts is doing is they're going beyond where kind of like the terpenes ended and looking at that other minor fraction. And yeah, they do need very sophisticated instrumentation to look at this. But for a while, and it's too bad Alec didn't join us today, Marcus, I thought through the phytofacts thing that Mark Lewis and I think they were rolling out there out at SC Lab, they were actually able to assign like a gas factor. And I think that that was again in part to being able to detect some of these compounds that abstracts was able to identify in a variety of different strains. Some of them,
Well,
are again these
Mark
volatile
Lewis
sulfur
is
compounds, but there's these things like scatol and indoles and other things in there as well. So I think they're agnostic to what molecules they actually are. They're just looking, at a more finer level of precision to basically identify them.
two things, Mark. Number one is I read most of those papers too, but the I'm not a chemist, so the, a lot of it was above my head, to be honest. The second point is with cheese, that's skunk number one. UK cheese is skunk number one. I've talked to the people who named it, who uh, uh, they bought
Gave it to Big
seeds.
Buddha.
Yeah, no, no, it wasn't Big Boot. It was the Exeter boys.
Oh, the Exodus
Big
boys, yeah.
Buddha got it from them. He told me himself.
Yeah, he
And
got it from Nick, who set him up with them. Nick from Red Eye Magazine.
okay, and and the I talked to the
Sorry,
Exeter boys,
not
and
this
they
Nick.
told me it was
No,
skunk number one seeds that they bought in Amsterdam. They took back and they named it cheese.
interesting. Yes, not you, Nick. It was Nick from Red Eye Magazine. He has since passed. Rest in peace to Nick, the absolute cannabis maniac.
Um, Mark, you brought up a lot of really interesting points, and I think it's what I want is what I want. It doesn't. I am not. You know what I mean. I'm not arbiter of anything. It's more of a. I would really like to see um, some more comprehensive studies in this because I I get concerned slash a little bit weirded out when anybody decides that they are or claims that they are the discoverer of things that have been identified in other areas. And I would love to see. I would love to honestly talk with the abstract guys. I know Tom a little bit, but I would love to talk with them more and understand what they're doing that is so transformational. Because they have this, they claim this is a 3D and a 4D GC system, and I don't know what it actually how it actually works. So
I know I didn't have one, and that's why I couldn't look at them.
What
Yeah,
did you
no,
use, Nick?
it's just two-dimensional chromatography is what they're using, but they're also using a special volatile sulfur detector that is a very specialized piece of equipment specifically designed to detect and quantitate sulfur compounds.
so quantitation is what I'm really interested in because that's quite challenging as far as I know.
It is,
Um,
especially at that concentration regime. So often how these things are quantitated, and again, you could look at
Sorry,
not
folks,
just
we're going hard science here right now. So
Let's
yeah,
do it.
not just their papers, but what you need to do is pull the supporting information. So when you see a paper in the literature, just for our audience in general, you could read the paper, but often at the end of the paper, you'll see a link to something called supporting information. And that's usually hordes of data and experimental procedures and raw data and tabulated data that sometimes you have to, beyond just reading the paper itself, you really have to dig into that. And so what they've developed, and this is a great discussion, Nick, is so when you quantitate something by a chromatographic method, you typically use what's called a calibration curve. And when you order what's called a certified reference standard, that's a very, very pure sample of that particular analyte. So for these sulfur compounds, yeah, you're ordering um, these certified reference materials that have like 99.9999999%, some Avogadro number of nines beyond the decimal point of purity. And what they'll do is they'll do a serial dilution of that standard, and they'll look to see the relationship between the peak intensity in the chromatogram and the concentration and look for the linearity. So uh, our audience probably knows what Beer's law is. Beer's law, I mean, you could kind of like think about beer. Well, I'll do the I'll
Dude,
be
dude,
professorial.
like
I'll be
bring
professorial.
it way back down. So like
Yeah, so
we
let's
have we
bring
have
it
we
down
have
to
we have,
let's bring it down to something that we all love, which is Kool-Aid, right? So when you take Kool-Aid and you make it and it has a certain color, you know that you can keep on adding water to dilute that Kool-Aid. And so the phenomena that you're observing is that as concentration of the dye goes down, so does the absorbance or the intensity of the color. So that relationship between absorbance and concentration is what is developed in what's called a calibration curve. So they'll get one of those certified reference standards for one of these volatile sulfur compounds and then do a serial dilution very, very carefully. I mean, you need to be the best analytical chemist you can possibly be when you're doing these dilutions, because a small error in reading the bottom of the meniscus of the solution or in reading the balance down to like 4 decimal points, all those create error bars in your calibration curve. So what they'll do in general, and Nick, this is old hat for you, is they basically run a bunch of different standards to develop the mathematics of that curve. And the mathematics of that curve, if you think about just a linear relationship, we're going to get a little bit of algebra here. The line's curve is defined by the equation y equals mx plus b, where y is the y-intercept, m is the slope of the curve, which is the rise over the run, and I'm sorry, b is the y-intercept, right? And y and x are basically the two variables that define that line. So to just cut to the chase here, when they get a calibration curve like that, that'll define what we call limit of quantitation is, because where that line starts deviating from linearity and we start getting funky curves and things that don't necessarily follow the equation y equals mx plus b, you get deviations from that. So down in these concentrations, you have to have very, very good reproducibility and very good precision to be able to make quantitation. So this is where we can get into the discussion, Nick, which is that at that level of concentration, they have to be, absolutely precise in making these measurements, because the signal intensity off of the sulfur detector that they're using is going to start getting a little bit noisy at the bottom end of their limit of quantitation. So that's the real question, is what is the limit of quantitation? I think we said earlier here that we're below, we're in the part per million regime,
parts per trillion,
part per billion regime.
parts per trillion
Okay, you're
for
saying
some of these.
parts per trillion. That is way below the limit of quantitation, let alone the limit of detection. So the limit of detection is just they could see a blip on the sulfur detector, but that blip is way below the confidence that they could use that Y equals mx plus b to come up with
Hmm.
a concentration. So your Y is going to be your absorbance and your X is going to be your concentration. So what that says is that down near where that approaches to zero, it deviates from the linearity of that calibration curve. And they need to do that for every compound that's in there. So you can imagine if there's a dozen different sulfur compounds, they need to do this for every sulfur compound. So this is exceedingly complicated, very difficult, reproducible, or difficult sometimes to reproduce
Hmm.
analytical chemistry that might work, as you recognize, Nick, might work on in Abstract's lab, on Abstract's detector using their calculators and their math. But when you try to translate this to another testing lab, they might find completely different levels or different kinds of compounds.
And
I mean,
this is exactly the point, is that I would love to have them publicize a little some of these methods and work with other groups, because honestly this is important chemistry. Like, this is important fundamental chemistry that could actually be very, very useful in a number of ways. But regardless of that, I'm going to try to distill that. Like, you gave an excellent summary, Mark. Thank you. But a lot of people on YouTube who might be watching this are not probably going to understand a lot of that. So
Yeah, that,
basically, we have the curve, and this is the average in the middle. Like, just look at my bald head. I think of my bald head as the peak of the curve here. This is the sort of the average of what things are going on. And then you have a way to understand what the top end here, my shoulder is, and the other end here. Okay. And these are the low end on my left and the high end on my right. Um, when you do the math, you end up with a line that shows you, like, okay, this is how we get from point A to point B. And I've lost it. Never mind. Mark, help me out here.
well, so what I'm not exactly entirely sure what you're trying to describe.
I would like you to dumb it down, not dumb it down. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not the right way to say it. I would like you to simplify it,
Yes.
because it's a complex thought or a complex situation for most people to understand. So when you're talking about a curve or a line of regression, how can we make that more accessible to people?
Well, I think the way that so I and you know putting it into peer-reviewed scientific literature and then making sure that on cannabis podcasts like Hash Church and High at Nine News, I know we've talked quite a bit about the abstracts work, having them go out and they're presenting papers at BizCon, they presented papers at the American Chemical Society meeting, making sure that Forbes and other magazines that people read can basically cover this work. I tell you what, I think the beautiful thing here is that this had to happen at some point in time. Somebody had to do it. And the connection between hops and cannabis, to me, it is absolutely just essential to understand the biosynthetic pathway by which these things are derived, which now goes back into the genetics of the plant itself, right? And so, why does skunk number one produce that profile? Or why does this variety of hops produce that profile, And how you can use the chemical profile of these organoleptic molecules, which is what we're smelling. So when for the audience, when we say organoleptic, that's basically aroma chemistry, and how our nose is able to detect. And it's interesting, every time I hear Sam talk about the potentiation with these just single terpenes, you got to remember in cannabis, man, there's literally thousands of flavorant molecules in there, right? I mean, let's just say it like that. There's maybe hundreds, maybe not thousands, but certainly one of those compounds represents one of those notes, but there's literally hundreds of more notes, and how the overall orchestra plays is not just based on one instrument alone or five instruments. It's based on the full body of the orchestra itself. And can you take a piece of orchestral music and play it in a string quartet with just four stringed instruments? Yes, but it won't have the full bodiness of what you hear when you're listening to the orchestra. So maybe that's kind of like an easy way of sort of getting through the chase. I see Alec has joined us, so maybe he could tell us more about the gas score. But
Dude,
at
in
the
the
end of the day,
forest?
and at the end of the day, Nick, I think what we could all agree on is that part of what draws humans to cannabis are not necessarily just the terpenes. There's this other group of molecules, and I think abstracts amongst maybe others are going to be the people that are going to show us what compounds those are, at what levels they are, and maybe even as the world of testing can get more sophisticated, we'll be able to quantify those and assign a freshness to the cannabis because these are so volatile that they're great ways to basically determine freshness of cannabis.
And
Oh,
Alex, have you worked with vials and other compounds like this?
Sorry, I'm about to sneeze. I'm sorry. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I was sitting in ceremony last night and I've been up all night. So wonderful to be here on Hash Church with y'all, giving great thanks to the spirit of cannabis and to all of you legends. Yeah, this topic of styles and volatile aromatics is such a fascinating one, and I really appreciate what you just hit on around the volatility factor. It's because the terpenes we the primary and secondary terpenes that show up in cannabis we see up to like 3 to 5.5% in the dried flower. Whereas you take into consideration these volatile aromatics, sulfuric compounds, thiols. They're like exactly what was said earlier, in part per trillion levels. And the smell of sulfur, kind of, or the sulfuric compounds the human nose can pick up in like these part per trillion levels. Like being like almost beyond the capacity of modern analytical chemistry. And especially for for like a throughput analytical testing lab that's testing cannabis. It's like testing those compounds are really for one, it's really hard to be able to pick them up. And two, they're very volatile, something I always kind of share is around, kind of the terpenes are the canary in the coal mine of whether if you're losing those, you pretty much have lost most of the other precious trace volatile aromatics. And whenever we consider like what defines quality in cannabis, it's really the symphony effect of these this beautiful kind of natural synergy of all these compounds together. And so because from everything we've seen across hundreds of thousands of tests since we started testing for terpenes, it's like the average terpene content we see in dry flower is about 1.4%, whereas the potential when it's most chronic and sticky and balm and aromatic can be up to 3 to 5.5%. That's super sticky, like when you smoke a joint, the essential oil halo, the resin ring that kind of shows up, or it's kind of like, do you even either have terps or not, and if when what we see is like the average herb on dispensary shelves, after like 30, 45 days after it's fresh and balm to when it makes it to dispensary shelves, pretty much 60 to 80% of everything's gone. We see the average flower, in flooded retail markets is like around 1% or less. And the average pre-roll, is around around 0.5%, by at the point of compliance testing. I mean, sometimes it's up to like maybe average like 1.5%, but it's like, but whenever you grind the herb and you expose all the surface area of the bud to whatever the temperature in the environment is, there can be this even like more accelerated kind of loss factor and volatilization of these compounds. So we've been on like a, you know, 14-year kind of mission, to help help it have some type of impact in helping to really shift the conversation around what defines cannabis quality and around THC versus kind of these such a wonderful array of compounds that are there whenever it's fresh and bomb and preserved. That's where terp preservation is such a critical thing in building a supply chain. Treating herb like cabbage. We treat cabbage better than we treat cannabis. And but yeah, with the and so we've been and through such the really amazing thought leadership work of Dr. Mark Lewis and NAPER research have been engaged in and kind of working with Ethan Russo and building and creating the Phytofacts report and Phytoprint to help kind of bring these analytical tools to help reshift this narrative, and understanding the range, and how cool the range of cannabis goes beyond such a basic understanding of indica versus sativa, and to be able to categorize and sort into the primary smell groups, because with the terpenes you can do the first cluster and grouping to where you have merlots with merlots and chardonnays with chardonnays, cabernets with cabernets. But it's so incredible because there's these other incredibly important compounds that really are substantial in the flavor and aroma profile. And with the Emerald Cup this year, we everything is grouped, sorted, presented to the judges, and then and if somebody was entering something as like exotic, but it was like, myrcene, sweet and dream type category, but they were marking exotic, would have like a flag for secondary review by the nose, to where myself and Tim and Taylor from the Emerald Cup and Vicky, we would kind of put our nose to it, and to identify what was going on in it that somebody thought of it as exotic, and what it was fascinating this year was like 70 or 80% of people that were entering as an exotic, they were entering like a form of like the smell of tangy, right? And like and Cali, the a lot of the great work, if I'm not mistaken, that Sam has brought into the world, an ancient, like setting the path of the smell, in such a big way. But it's fascinating because with so I noticed, that there was almost as many of that smell that were entered in the cup this year as there were like OGs and gas. And a huge percentage of people are calling it exotic, which is really fascinating. Because that smells, that's a classic.
So,
and
Alec?
and sorry, real quick, just to finish that thought. Sorry. So this year, what was really cool is because so basically we would so sorted them present them to the judges in the class, and then we employed the judges to use their nose to pick up these trace compounds that with like the smell of tangy, right? Because and basically through the grouping of that kind of cooperated effort, we kind of created a category of that smell, right? What the abstracts guys are calling Tropicana sulfur, but these, this sulfuric type compound that brings up that smell. So we had a category of that, and what was really cool was, because a lot of the classic Agent Orange, Calio, Tangy, Forbidden Fruit, or like myrcene, really high myrcene, low all the other terpenes, So there was a lot of that, and then there was even more of in the dessert category, caryophyllene limonene. So the mimosas and um, um, sangria, and I'm pretty sure Tropicana is in there, but those are also really good hash washing strains. And so I think maybe the exotic idea is because in the hash world, when you solventless extraction, really it's the desserts, the caryophyllene limonene that wash. You can't, terpinolene doesn't really wash. Kind of some of these other terpenes don't really wash. Um, but anyway, so there was a lot of that, and then there was also in the Jack and Hayes category, terpinolene. There was like the orange creamsicle, a couple others I forgot that had the smell that similar sulfuric, tangy-ish type note in a terpinolene category. So that was really cool because then we grouped them all, and then the judges would pick of what they thought was the best of that category.
I just wanted to mention that Mark Lewis told me the highest that he's found was almost 7% terpene.
I just want to mention I'm texting Dr. Mark Lewis right now, and if he wasn't installing his new Grandmaster LED UVC IPM bug lights, he would come and visit with us right now. I want to say welcome to Alec. It's awesome to see you, dude, and I love that you've just been up all night in ceremony and you're in the forest. That is absolutely beautiful. I also want to thank Etienne Fontaine for getting my ratio of white bald men back up to where I'm comfortable with it. It was a little bit low, I'm not gonna lie. And so thank you, brother, for coming in. And yeah, I guess I'll also, while I'm welcoming everyone, I'll welcome Logan, who's back from last week, and Mojave, who just popped into the room. And I did quite enjoy your Vegas walk, Mojave, where you were talking about the guy behind you smoking weed, and you were like, man, and I smell these flavor profiles, and you rattled off a ton of different cultivars, and you were like, those are my friends. So,
Yeah,
yeah, those are the
no, I
people I
was a
know.
thank you, man. That was true. I had a good time in Vegas, and I was just for the first time. I go there often for business, and this time there was so much smoking going on. Obviously, it was MJ Biz, but it was just everywhere in the casinos, on the streets, all over. Taxi cabs with advertisements for weed. It was just weed, 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 weed. And just the epiphany that all of the base, the core, the foundational varieties of all modern cannabis came from this small group of people that all know each other in
Yeah,
some way.
it's
It's
incredible.
just it's awesome, man. And I just wanted to give accolades. So
Well, I've
thank you.
really been loving
Yeah.
this conversation. Nick, you wanted to mention something to Alex and you let him finish his thought. Do you still have that in the queue?
Yeah, it was actually something that Mark and Alec had both alluded to, which was the sort of the cannabis storage index concept, which is like, how do we assess quality over time? And so there's the THC camp on one hand, and then there's the people that actually enjoy cannabis and care about cannabis with the aromatics on the other.
Right.
Sorry to be blunt, but that's actually kind of interesting because um, again, I'm going to reference back to the hops, and I'm going to leave it quickly. But we have the same thing. It's like we have the old German style alpha acids, which in our context is THC content or cannabinoid or cannabinoid content, and then you have the aromatic perspective. And in hops, which is a longer, excuse me, a more established business, not longer, it has been focused on shifting towards the aromatic content. And I think that we are seeing the same thing in cannabis. And I think that the same sorry, stuttering, concepts could apply in that we are looking at like, how do we figure out how we judge quality?
Hmm.
Because it's not necessarily about like THC content anymore. It's like anything over, 8% is probably going to do you. It's more about like what is the overall experience, and so let's look at how do we judge something based on the aromatics.
Can I comment on that, Nick?
Please.
Because and by the way, good to see you, and I'm a big fan. And And I'm also a fan of abstracts, and I'm also a fan of hops and beer and aroma. But when we compare, and this is where I think we're going down a dangerous path with cannabis, is that when we start talking about aroma separate from effect, with beer, effect is one thing. Aroma complements that with a kind of organoleptic experience that makes it more enjoyable, right? With cannabis, they are married together and they create the effect. They create the drug that is cannabis. And we're now in a world where aroma is so important and is so easily marketable that people are what's driving people's selection towards what they grow and what they consume has now become more aroma driven. But the problem is cannabis is a drug. So that takes the whole path of the consumer down this challenge of what aroma do I like versus what feeling do I want to have? And they don't always marry. You know what I mean? And so and now we've become, and to me, there's just a slightly we can't talk about aroma without talking about effect, or we're going to lose what cannabis is to people, which is something that really helps them with their lives. And aroma can be that too, but it's not so simple just to say this one tastes good. And that's kind of where we're going. And I'll be totally honest, so much modern weed to me tastes amazing, but doesn't even get me high. It like barely tickles my high receptors. And that's dangerous to me.
And I want to say that I prefer as high as THC as possible, as long as it's got all of the terpenes that you need
Yep.
to potentiate and modulate it.
Yep.
And then you just smoke a little bit less if it's too strong for you. I keep hearing all these people saying that there's too much THC, there's too much THC. No, there's just not enough of the volatiles to complement it, and then you smoke less.
Yeah.
Well,
It seems like we have bookends in this conversation. And the beginning of the bookend is what Nick was talking about in regards to abstract and finding out what their SOPs and their processes are, because the prosthetic that they're creating to go perceive and experience these compounds has to be accurate. And it has, so, when you were talking earlier, Nick, about I'd love to know what they're doing and how they're doing it and what, the SOPs and the equipment that is used, that is created to perceive these compounds in the first place so we can understand them, will be an important part on the sensory science end of the other end of the bookend of how we perceive and experience them personally through our olfactory and our five senses. So I want to take a moment because Benjamin in the chat room asked a really cool question, and this would be towards you, Nick, because you did work with hops. Glycosides, which are odorless in hops plant material, contribute to the aroma and flavor after hydrolysis. Does canna have flavor and aroma compounds in the plant material as well?
It will, but it's a completely different method of action because the glycosides are broken apart during fermentation and in the boil, or in beer, and so I think you could probably find some analogs in edibles, but you might. The closer analog I think would be pyrolysis, which is when we're breaking apart those compounds. So we're breaking the starches off and burning them, and then you get the volatile aromatic coming into your vape. Would probably be the closest thing, if that helps at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I'm loving the conversation. This is a conversation that I just would love to go as absolutely deep as possible. And I remember the first time you came on Hash Church and you were talking that you had discovered like 1,400, or you had seen.
We worked together, and the hop industry as a whole had discovered, a proverbial large ton. So I'm trying to be political here, but
right. Well, because earlier Mark was like,
there
could be 1,000, there could be hundreds, and I thought, well, if there was they found over 1,000 styles.
There's over 1,400, at least, and that's the last review I did, but over 1,400 compounds in the Cannabinaceae family, which includes hops and stuff. So it's there's a ton in there.
Yeah, and if I may jump in, no, beautiful conversation. Much respect. And yeah, Nick, I really appreciate your brain and your experience and
Appreciate y'all, y'all.
sharing. Um, yeah, and so the because yeah, that's because you can do the first grouping by the terps, and then but then it's amazing the infinite complexity of the subspecies subdiversities within a class, and how all these really precious volatile trace aromatics kind of really are the potentiators of those types of aromas and flavors. But yeah, again, they're super volatile. What's interesting to me is like tangy, that smell or that thiol, that or that sulfuric compound. um it's if in my experience, and I'm curious on y'all's, but to me that one doesn't seem volatile. That one doesn't seem volatile at all, because like whenever your herb kind of loses all the terps, that smell is still pretty strong. It kind of seems to last, as opposed to gas, which is gone quick. If you do not take care of it, keep it in the right ideal zone of temperature and humidity. And it's because I think too, like, because when you consider the life cycle of cannabis and the supply chain, it's like dried and cured kind of temperature, time, and oftentimes people aren't even taking into consideration temperatures of harvest. So much of the decades of agronomy research around studying grapes kind of was kind of around identifying that for the winemakers, and the value they put on the grape. It's like, if you're farming for winemakers, you don't harvest during the daytime. You harvest in like night, early morning, cold, kind of because these precious volatile trace aromatics are gone if you're harvesting during the temperature, heat hours of the day and sun rising, which is kind of the conclusion of the Kelvin cycle, and kind of like as the sun's rising and the temperature is rising, there's some videos you can see of like under a microscope kind of plants basically doing this thing where like their pores kind of open up at this, like when the sun's rising and the temperature is rising, the pores open up and they off gas and breathe out, exhale terps, and aromatics. And so if you're harvesting after that or in the high heat of the day, how you might be shaving off 10, 20 plus 30, maybe not that much, but you're shaving off a substantial amount of the potential terps that were there otherwise if you had harvested cold. And then the whole dry cure preserve low slow, and then from there it's like temperatures and humidity like continuous, like as like minimal fluctuation is ideal, because I think that's a part of it too. It's like you could have um sorry, just like losing the point.
I got you while you're thinking about it, because what I wanted to understand, and this is so counterintuitive to the point that you made, and I'm not trying to be a devil's advocate, but some of the most volatile, rich cannabis I've ever had has been in Jamaica. And I walk into the field, it's like 35 degrees Celsius. The field is boiling. It hits you like the same way the humidity hits you when you get off the plane in Hawaii or any tropical country. That's how the terps hit you when you hit certain fields. It wasn't every field, it depended on location and obviously the terroir, but there were a few fields that I walked into in Jamaica that were just like bam. And I thought, from what I know from the science aspect and the volatility, I thought, well, Jesus Christ, these plants are going to have no terps in them by the time they're dry. And the way they dry them sometimes is also just like, oh my God, like you are boiling off even more terps in how you're choosing to do that process. And then I would take the plant matter and make hash with it. And it was like, I mean, it had to be, I would guess now, like in the 10% terpene range back then when we were making that hash. It was the first bubble hash that Sam, I had ever seen Sam smoke. And I know Sam would smoke other things, but there was a point in time where Sam had his full melt dry sift, and it legitimately was the best hash in the world. And so I saw countless people offer him hash, and he'd look at it, inspect it, and then wave them off. And so when he smoked that hash that I made in Jamaica and like loved it, I was like, all right, mission accomplished. That motherfucker. I made him something that he likes.
That's awesome. And yeah, to that point, yeah, I mean, because I mean, I think that's a big part of it, right? Whenever strains are, cultivars are grown in certain regions and appellations, and kind of genetics, that could put out 7+% terps and dried flower kind of vibe. It's like you could lose half and still be higher than most people's best case scenario in the California game. And also it's like a lot of the highest testing THC strains are kind of capped at terps. They don't really kind of hit above like couple percent best, and so I think kind of, the more you have, the more you can lose and still be crushing it, but it's also one of those things too, just like, kind of the time, because it's like the volatiles are like similar almost to like decarboxylation. It's like a process of heat and time, so the hotter it is, the quicker it happens, the lower the temperature, kind of the longer it takes to take place.
Alec, there's also I mean, it's a really interesting concept because yes, heat will drive a lot of those things, but in the plant's going to be modulating its own temperature. What the literature has shown in across a variety of crops, not just cannabis, is that the soil microbiome has a tremendous impact on how much how much the aromatic potential is developed in this case. So one of I mean, I would argue the seminal paper is from a group looking at Sauvignon Blanc grapes in New Zealand. And they were looking at why certain regions of fields or vineyard. I guess they're vineyards, so they're not fields, they're vineyards because it's wine people. They were looking at why certain vineyards and certain regions of vineyards were outperforming others in aroma and in customer satisfaction. And they found that it was the proximity to the wild areas. And so that the biodiversity of the microbes migrating through the soil into the vineyards from these wild areas really determined what made it smell more. And they did a follow-up study, which is what I think is so beautiful. They did a follow-up study a couple of years later where like, okay, let's do a distance study from the wild areas. And they found that actually, yeah, as you got further away and into more cultured land, as we might say, your aroma decreased. And I just find that fascinating because I am really interested in, obviously, in aromatics and how we can sort of just like let's produce as much aroma compounds as we can. Hopefully, not too much of the thioates because they're going to smell like garlicky and stinky. But for cannabis, this is good. For hops, this is bad, and for grapes, this is bad. But for cannabis, yeah, like garlicky, stinky, cheesy, those are good things. So it's really interesting in that. And so, you want to talk about that?
Yeah,
Well, in a similar vein, what I found too was bigger root systems from really happy soil definitely produced more terpenes than smaller root system.
Something I wanted to quickly mention, and then I've been kind of rambling on, so I'll kind of try to be brief. But I really appreciate, Nick, that you just brought that up because I think that's one of the most powerful and profound things that there is to be learned from cannabis. That I think is because there's such hyper study and focus on the aromatics and just cultivating this plant perfectly, and how analytics and testing is helping to bring a lot of these things to the surface. I think some great revelations, and kind of that brings me to just like the legend Elaine Ingham, kind of who almost at one time relatively unknown microbiologist, nerdy, awesome human being, kind of studying the soil food web, and kind of developing kind of this pretty incredible, kind of helping to define compost tea and kind of bring a lot of this awareness to the surface. And she her in her studies, she would see, like, side by side, you could have plants hydroponically grown versus when the soil microbiome is like right, proper for the plant, right? Certain plants, like 1-to-1 fungal bacterial ratio, cannabis included, kind of is where magic happens, and kind of and whenever there's the most diverse, beautiful, like organic situation, kind of when it was tracking side by side, kind of she was tracking the doubling of secondary metabolite production within plants when they're grown in these optimal microbiome rich environments, versus these hydroponically grown kind of culture intensified kind of cultivation, kind of they didn't produce that. And she showed this with lycopene content in tomatoes and various vitamins in berries, different types of berries, and with cannabis, the secondary metabolites are the aromatics, the terpenes and the other volatile trace aromatics, and it's really incredible because it's like cannabis, like the organic farmer, trying to find a way to do this more as perfect and organized and biomimicry and natural design of nature versus this like chemical kind of anti-life agents, kind of the whole reality of what like the agrochemical and the pharmaceutical vibes bring into the world. But it's amazing because it really, I see it like the love and focus on cannabis and how to do it perfectly is how it has not only helped to kind of elevate Elaine Ingham to like saint status, kind of, but it's like really helping to accelerate and seed the future of a regenerative organic agricultural movement,
So,
that's happening,
hey, Alec, can I interrupt for a second? And this is something
and I'm
that's
done.
near. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
This is near and dear to my heart. I grew up in ag research, and like my dad and all of my dad's friends and all that stuff was in ag research, and 99% of them want to do regenerative ag. And I'm actually going to share a paper into the chat as soon as I can find it. It's going to be after I talk about this, but it's this is not an us or them scenario. This is a yes and sort of scenario. Like scientists and farmers don't want to destroy the world. It's something that's really important to them as soil health and regenerative agriculture is something that's being more and more recognized. And I think the more we can collaborate is really the sort of the best approach forward. And I'm going to send you a paper. I'm going to put it in the group chat and see if we can all benefit from it. But everything you're saying is 100% correct. We need to support and supply the soil, and help the bugs that help us. So
Yeah, and I just to finally wrap, I wasn't trying to throw the incredible farmers of this world, anyone, under the bus. It's like just like working on the margins and everything, and the story sold to them from the Bayer Monsanto reality, of how it's going to help them, but actually what it did is, anti-life, the microbiome, depleting the soil, kind of reducing down to dirt, that then is kind of tilled constantly for hyperproduction, the whole culture thing,
yeah,
um
100%, dude.
and we got off a track, but it's beautiful to hear and know that there's, and I think cannabis is really helping to bring the regenerative organic agricultural movement to the surface too, through pesticide testing and cannabis, and how it's bringing to the surface the trends and the reality of what happened from the shifting of the World War II nerve agents, developed by Nazis, turned pesticides of the future and designers state-of-the-art anti-life agents, and herbicides like glyphosate, one of the great evils on this planet, It's like one of the most ultimate anti-life compounds. It's killing all the microbiome of the soil and the pollinators and the all the animals, and and then they're using it to kill the plants that they're going to be serving to people, by spraying it on as a desiccant a week before harvest, putting like 30 part per million of glyphosate and AMPR, on kind of all the grains, in the middle of the aisles in the grocery stores, and all the Cheerios and General Mills and Quaker. It's like the reality. It's kind of almost insidious, but I think, cannabis is helping to bring it to the surface, and just this awareness around, just with the chronic disease epidemic skyrocketing, it's kind of coinciding, kind of cannabis bringing this to the surface, and helping to really bring about this new era that we have the opportunity to enter into, for love for nature and love for life.
I have one thing to mention, and that is the when you have the best of best worlds of soil, whether it's natural or man-made or whatever it is, but it's just full of life. Uh, what I had one time was I had to move a bunch of plants. They were in they were tall plants, but in small pots, 10-liter pots. And so I was forced to cut each one in half because they were like more than 6 feet tall and they had to be moved to a different location. So I whacked each one in half. I then put them in some really great soil, and the root ratio to plant ratio, I had shifted them. They had much bigger root systems than they had plants actually, because they were pretty much flowering under natural photo period. And the end effect was that they produce much more resin and much more terpenes because of their outsized root system compared to the plant. And coupled with regenerative organic soil, it's hard to beat.
It's for sure. Anyone that knows knows. If you know, you know. It's there's that. I mean, it's like I think it was in Michael Pollan's Omnivore's Dilemma where he introduced us to Joel Salatin, the wild farmer guy with the chicken coops that he moves around, and he's like a regenerative farmer that grows all this, animals and crops and stuff. But really, he breaks himself down. He's like, I'm just a grass farmer. And if I set up the grass proper and everything moves around proper, then the things that go into the ground, they or feed from the ground, produce like higher caliber of end results. So I love the fact that we're all humans. Really, our love of cannabis has somehow turned us on to this level of awareness that you can have to even focus more on perceiving this thing that you enjoy so much. And for me, for hash in particular, especially once Sam and I sort of coined the term full melt hash, it was only like a year or two later that I was like, you know what? I want a full melt life. I want full melt friends, and I want to get access to full melt data, and I want to do full melt experiences and go to full melt concerts and smoke full melt hash. And it really changed the way I thought in that sense. So I think we're doing a great service in having these conversations and these dialogues and going down this rabbit hole. And the more I think about it, it's interesting how cannabis, and as much as we've been learning about it and studying the science of it, how elusive she still remains in the depths of her experience. How deep that rabbit hole goes in regards to, I mean, Nick, 1 trillionth. It almost doesn't sound real when you say it. It's like if you said that 20 years ago, people would be like, that guy's fucking delusional, dude. Did you hear what he said? 1 quadrillion. It's like, yeah, dude, I heard what he said. I heard the first time you said it, Nick, and I would love for you to go into a little bit on the equipment that you used in order to perceive at those levels.
And so that's why I will invite Pat and Jackie, because they
Perfect.
are the experts.
Perfect.
I don't. They're not available right now. I did text them, but realistically, I ran the department, but they were the people that actually did the work. And so I will ask them and we'll see if we can get them on a podcast.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I want to go deep down on this conversation, and I want to welcome Chimera, Ryan Lee, to the room. How you doing, brother?
I'm well. I'm good. Thank you. A little tired, but I'm good. Interesting conversation, guys. I caught a little bit of the last part. Um, couple interesting things. When you're talking about bacteria and the microbiome, I think it's interesting to understand that terpenes and these volatiles, but terpenes specifically, they're the largest chemical class of molecules on the planet. There's like well over 22,000 different terpenes, and they're produced by bacteria and fungi as well. So it's kind of like this interspecific language that all these different genera and species use to kind of communicate with each other. And obviously, like that's such an in-depth level of data and communication between organisms that it's really hard to tease that apart. But it's interesting that when you start having these organisms like plants and bacteria and fungi in the soil interact with each other, that there's this language that we don't speak. Well, I guess we do speak it in a way because we can sense the terpenes, right? But we don't understand it or probably appreciate it in the way that these other organisms do. Um, so I don't know how relevant that is, but it's just an interesting little aside. And on the topic of Jamaica and those plants that are, just pumping out terps, you're saying like huge, 7 to 10% dry weight of flower. When you're really hot and you're sweating, if you like touch the part of your underarm, it's actually colder than the rest of your body, right? I don't know if you've ever noticed that, but that's because like your body is using the evaporation of of these liquids to come off your body that actually cools you down. And there's some evidence in other species and terp research that shows that that's actually what these plants are doing at the same time, right? So by producing these molecules that become volatile as a way for them to shed this excess heat, right? Because plants like humans, you go stand out in the sun, you're absorbing too much heat, right? And even plants, like they absorb too much heat and too much radiation energy, and they have to get rid of that excess energy, right? So the production of terpenes in a tropical environment is actually could be a way that the plants are cooling themselves down, right? Physiologically. So, what up, Alex? Nice to see you, dude.
The armpit.
Yeah,
That's great,
That's where
right?
those terps just hide and preserve.
Arguably, it's actually where the thiles hide. That's where the garlic and the BO stench is. So
I thought they were hiding in the slums of Bombay.
well, those molecules as well, like the stanky stuff from your sweat is actually not the sweat. It's the microorganisms that are breaking down the sweat, right? That they're producing those compounds. So again, it comes back to all of this stuff is intertwined. And I don't think it was with bad intent that we tried to figure like, that's what humans do. We try to boil these things down and understand them into like their really primary constituent components, right? Like, we did it with cannabis. What's the chemical in cannabis that gets you high, right? And we dissolve it down to THC, and then everybody's like, okay, well now we understand cannabis. And of course, that's not the case, right? It's just one molecule.
this
But
is
we do that with farming too, right? Like when they were trying to figure out what elements are required to grow plants, they started taking everything down to like the molecular level, and they distilled it down to like those 17 elements that allow you to grow
17,
plant.
buddy. It was three. It was NPK. Uh, and I'm agreeing with you. Sorry, I'm aggressively agreeing with you. It
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah. I mean, those are the basics, right? But yeah, like you can't properly grow a full healthy plant without those 17, and that includes, H2O, right? And carbon dioxide or carbon from the air. Um, but I don't think that was like I don't think that was with bad intent that we figured that out in science, right? It was trying to understand how can we load up the soil with the crucial elements that we need. And as humans do, right, we try to figure something out with good intent and we end up fucking it up, right? It's like, hey, we can just put in as long as we supply those 17 elements into the soil, or sorry, for the plant, again, like, including the hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon, um, we end up poisoning the soil, right? Or poisoning the environment. And I think it is remarkable, like kind of like what Marcus was saying. This plant, we tried to stomp out, right? Like, I mean, we had the American government through the UN running around the world with the agenda was to make cannabis go extinct, right? Like, what other fucking species on the planet have we intentionally tried to snuff out? Um, and the plant, the culture in the plant kept it alive, and now it's teaching us all these other things that are informing, like Alex said, this way deeper level of understanding of greater ag. So it's a
Right.
pretty remarkable story. Like in 100 years or 200 years, they're gonna look back and just say, "Wow,"
Well,
right?
hey,
And kudos to the community, right? Like kudos to us.
Mr.
Um,
Mr. Lee, and Ryan Lee, sorry, like you are saying all of like everything is correct. And I just want to add to that and say that um, one of the things that you mentioned was like the sort of reductive approach, which is just principal component analysis, which is like, let's just look at like the few compounds that make plants grow bigger. Let's look at the few compounds that make cannabis stronger. Let's look at the few compounds that make this drug more effective. And it is kind of a reductive problem that we are facing in the way that we approach things. I think that if we look at it takes longer, it takes more money, it takes more time, it takes more resources. But if we look at the holistic system of things, we will understand that, hey, there's more than just a couple compounds in the soil. There's more than just a couple compounds in cannabis. There's more than just a couple compounds in this XYZ that helps people feel better. And I think that's kind of the thing that we need to maybe as a culture move away from is just relying on PCA, principal component analysis, is a bit of a risk. And I think we should possibly maybe look at doing a little bit more holistic work on that.
There's a disconnect in this that we're not mentioning though, and that's that the scientists themselves, just think of any like Marvel movie you've ever seen, like they're figuring shit out,
Marvel is not
right?
science, Marcus. I
No,
love you
I know,
dearly,
but I'm
but
telling you, listen, it's a metaphor. The work that gets created by scientists, it's the CFO, the financial guy who looks at that work and goes, "Oh, hey, we could really cut some corners." The scientists know there's more than
yeah.
17 things in the soil or the biome. Like they're not idiots. They create and they're doing exactly what Ryan says. They're discovering and they're kind of like, this is neat, let's pull this apart. But what happens in the end is that someone who's going to monetize that shit in nefarious and evil ways, they get in the way of it. They take it. They're the ones that pushing it into the sort of like, oh, any scientist would have been like, no, you can't do that. Like, you'll destroy the biome of the soil. Like, we don't have a deep enough understanding. You can't take that risk. But if it's all about counting beans and saving Cargill, $14 billion a month on whatever, they're going to do it.
scientists are not the enemy. It is the finance and accountants.
Right.
well, look, it's the system too, right? Like you kind of have to do that in science, and that's one of those things in the pharma world, right? It's the single molecule, single target approach, and that allows you to study these things because you're removing all these potentially confounding variables. So it's kind of the way it's not against the scientists, but it's something that came out of that scientific method in the way that we actually try to distill problems down and figure them out.
The
And
reductionist approach. Yeah.
yeah, it's a reductionist approach, exactly. And look, we're not at the peak of our evolution. We're at some point along the curve, right? And so maybe this is one of the things that we're learning is that this completely reductionist approach it has its uses, but that's not the end goal, right? Like life is so much more of a gestaltist kind of approach where the sum of the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
So,
Um,
Ryan,
and
I like,
And no matter what we do, it'll be lawyers and bankers who own it all anyway.
right. So can I just comment? I have my brother's wife's grandfather was a flavor scientist who made a very successful one. I'm not going to mention the company. He goes way back. They created a lot of the flavors that are in a lot of the foods today. Like he worked for Kraft. He worked for a bunch of different companies. They created, and basically, they figured out how to make butter flavor and they figured out how to make coconut flavor and all these things. And they figured out, and they're scientists, and they're amazing scientists, like super just like into it. And then they sold that to the CFO who took that and said, all right, let's figure out how to make butter flavored jelly beans and fucking poison the world with fucking sugar because flavor and aroma are such a powerful marketing tool. They're like the most primal thing. It's like it's our limbic system, right? Like it's the thing that makes you feel safe. It's the thing that makes you feel like it's it's the right decision to make, right? So when marketing takes that and applies it to a drug, to me that's potentially reckless. And we're at this point where like I was in South Dakota recently. I just thought because of that message about South Dakota, and I was there. They were just taking down. They had taken down a crop, and we were looking at the flower, and it was beautiful flower. It was terpene dominant, haze based flower. It was great. And we were rolling up joints and we're smoking it. And then one of the workers pulled out one of the South Dakota local brands, a joint, and started passing it around. And it was sprayed gross stuff. It was like probably hemp sprayed with whatever. It was like really bad, right? Just intense, like perfume in your mouth. And I watched people like go like, oh, wow, that's good. And they passed it around the circle and nobody in the circle went like, holy shit, throw that away, dude. That's not even real weed because it tasted so exciting. It was like sucking on a Jolly Rancher while you're smoking weed. And to me, that's such a big part of this discussion is we've learned how to grow weed in an amazing way. We've learned how to keep it fresh. We've learned how to elevate its profile. But for what? What are we really trying to achieve? Are we really just trying to create a more marketable thing? And that's why I think it's important. And there's a crossover with beer and alcohol and the conversation people have over and over again about comparing cannabis to craft beer and cannabis to wine and this. It's like that's one drug where you add flavors to sell one drug, ethanol, right? And though all those flavors and experiences add so much color to that one drug. But with cannabis, it's the whole thing. And it's like we need to, as we're having these conversations about aroma and what's an important aroma, some of these aromas quite potentially get in the way of the drug. Some of these aromas block the feeling that you can have. So it's like, and the reason I showed this thing is because to me, it was like the vape pen world. When vape pens came out and they started adding botanical terps, and this is like a really gross vape pen that someone gave me that is just not even, I don't know, I don't even know what's in it. But they're huge, they're everywhere. People consume them like crazy. And it's not about cannabis, it's about THC plus some stuff that makes you feel like it tastes yummy and it's good.
Well, it's the McDonald'sification of the plant that we love, right? I mean, McDonald's, you can call it food, like yes, but really what it is salt, sugar, and fat, right? In this really mass appealing little package, right? That people generally love. I think everybody on the panel realizes that's not good food, right? It's certainly not the quality that you can live in and you can enjoy in the world.
It's not full mouth.
How many billion sold are they at now, right? Like they're a massive corp, and it's because they've essentially drugified food, right? They've made it like
I gotta leave. Thank you very much. Sorry, Ryan. I'll catch you all soon.
Thanks for coming out, Nick.
I would love to.
They've essentially drugified food, right? They've made it this lethal combination of fat, sugar, and whatever salt. So yeah, it's I always laugh at these vapes and some of these products that we see in the market, but it's the mass appeal, right? And it's like you said, Mark, that's not part of full melt life.
But Ryan, I would also just comment that it's not just the vapes and the gummies and everything. It's actually that mentality and that focus and that marketability about cannabis has impacted how people breed and select what they think are impactful and valuable cultivars for people to consume. And they've taken this down this direction, and it's so driven by aroma. And it's not that it's just like it's so like Nick said, it's so complicated. There's so much data, and we've jumped into the hey, let's just sell it to the world. It's the most complicated thing that will ever interface. You know what I mean in terms of just
So,
Well,
putting it into our life.
when we went back and
Mojave,
when it
was
started
it
with wicking, right? It started with that wicking pen about a decade ago, right? Which everybody couldn't figure out. They had to use different types of elastics and stuff to break it down so you could actually ingest cannabis in. So just so people know, this technology's only been around a decade tops. And it's been bad. It's been dirty. It's been filled with bad actors. It's been filled with shoddy production quality. Still to this day, the majority of these pens come from two factories in China who are not regulated. You know, we had to teach people between simple 510 pens that have no hole and ones that have holes in them because you're sucking in the flux and the anything that's off gassing through the pen. So there's a lot of bad about the pens, much less the biggest problem is they're the fucking roaches that are left around and they're environmentally unsound. You cannot recycle them. They're unrefillable and they're actually the biggest detriment to the world that we could possibly do. But because of marketing and exactly what you're talking about, these terrible flavors that we can't stand are more normalized flavor that the consumer is tasked or they taste in normal products that we see. We see this week there's media all over the United States because they're about to pull another series of dyes that they pulled way long ago in the EU, but here they're still
Thank
doing
God.
it here in the United States. We can't pull out the things that are definitely dangerous, and we have to use laws to do so because there's, as you said, Ryan, there's so many unscrupulous manufacturers and producers of food that the consumer has become so lackadaisical by consuming that we all had laughs and many a laugh on Hash Church over the strawberry terps which come from right beaver anus, right, which we talk about that and we joke about, but that's true. And this is what the consumer has accepted as a reality because they stay ignorant. They've been kept ignorant. The labels are barely kept up to law to keep people proper. But this is why we started testing because we knew there's bad stuff, there's bad actors. And if we don't find a neutral way of science to to dispel the misinformation that's coming out faster, it's a problem. And I have tested carts, and I have actually been a judge for the last 8 or 9 years for carts for the Emerald Cup. And I have watched them go from, nice metal cart to ceramic carts to now the overwhelming problem is they're all in one carts, which include the battery and the thing. And once it's done, you toss it. And so now you've got a lithium ion battery that you're just tossing randomly with untold metals and off-gassing that will never break down. So this is something that we as an industry need to come to terms with in a reality that the consumer is outright ignoring, but we are direct contributors to. Sorry to go on that rant, but that people deserve a little bit of history.
and Mojave was the flavor firm you were talking about, Jardin Rouge?
What, say it again? Was it what?
Was the flavor company you were talking about Jardin Rouge?
No, it was not.
Okay,
Ah,
because they're the
Javelin
largest in
Rouge.
the world. And in
Yeah.
1997, they came to my laboratory and examined skunk number one because they wanted to make a perfume. And
No, I can't. Well, I don't want to give the company's name, but my sister-in-law, when she was a kid, her grandpa would come home with like these little rice balls and stuff, and he'd inject with syringes different flavors. Like, here, honey, try this. It was like because and yeah, it is. It's just to me, it's about this the dumbing down and the reductive nature of capitalism, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cannabis is so complex that I mean, literally, like Ryan, you probably know this better than anybody. Like if we all went in and dove in 100% on cannabis plant science and trying to figure this out, it would probably still take a decade or so to get to where we like what is potency, which of one of these aromas is playing a role, what, it's a bigger question than ever, really. And there's more data than anything else because unlike any other drug or food, it's a drug food kind of reality. And and then there's our bodies involved. It's complicated. And cannabis has so much benefit to humanity that it's a really important task that I think that we should all be at. And to me, it's a sad state of affairs that we're now in the world where we've handed it over to the CFO who can say, no, man, cherry flavor shouldn't be like cherry flavor like in weed. It should be cherry flavor like cherry candy. And that's more sellable than trying to say your blueberry muffin tastes like blueberry. Well, let's just put real fake blueberry flavor in there. And the kids will go like, fuck yeah, that's real blueberry weed. I love it. And they do just like that because they've never experienced it. They don't know better. But, anyway, that's why I think for breeders and seed producers, they really have the responsibility to really drive people towards really amazing cannabis that brings value to their life, not just things that are sellable because they're so purple candy gas or whatever it is that it's just easy to put on the shelf versus things that really bring benefit.
You kind of got to give
really
a shout out.
You need different smokes for different folks. There
Yes,
is no one cannabis that's best for everybody.
But there is convenience that leans a lot of people into a funnel, that convenience funnel. And I'm going to let Alex talk in 1 second. I just want to say that this pivot is a big deal. And what they've done at Puffco with this product and the marketing that they're doing, I love the marketing. If you can see the cost of convenience pre-tax, right? $40 a gram for the live hash rosin, $50 a gram for the vape cart. In US dispensaries, you're paying an average of 25% more per gram. Then it goes through the cart collector unspoken trade-offs. Processed flavors, reheat some of the oil, means to an end, more expensive. Those are all red X's on the vape cart, but it's more convenient. And that more convenient, that one green check mark, people are willing to uncheck all the other checks just to have that one. So when you create a piece like this, the pivot, and you can have it like a vape pen, taking up very small amount of room, you get those pure flavors, the fresh oil hit each time, the nuanced experience and the lower cost. You're just losing the convenience in the sense that, yes, you have to fill this and you're going to have to wipe it and clean it out and maintain, the battery and stuff because you'll get a lot less rips through it. But I just wanted to say that that's helping people get away from these carts, or at least allowing them to experience, something like a live hash rosin, where it's like, this is the gold standard. This is where it should be. And where you're at with these like botanical terpenes and insane percentages are just, they'll blast you and they'll really give you a loud experience, but they'll also make your sensitivities like not sensitive enough. They'll desensitize your sensitivities when you're taking, botanical terpenes in those amounts. So go ahead, Alec.
No, this is such a great conversation. I wanted to bring back to the what Ryan was sharing, kind of about the sugar, salt, fat reality, the unholy trinity that is also known as, and how like Kraft and Nabisco, kind of who, by the way, are owned by R.J. Reynolds and Philip Morris. Quinkydink. They pay food chemists hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to engineer what's known as the bliss point, the perfect blend of sugar, salt, and fat to make it addicting, and to just like fully blast off those flavor senses and kind of just that addiction that those compounds can kind of become, because having the perfect blend of sugar, salt, and fat, you can mask all the just cardboard that's in there, just the processed kind of non-food and
Isn't
health.
that called isn't that called ranch dressing?
Well, it
Totally.
distills down. It distill, it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen this, but if you go into a grocery store, if you only walk around the perimeter of the grocery store, you hit the
All you
dairy
should do.
section, vegetable section, and whatever. Everything in the middle is essentially potato and high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, glyphosate, all the, and that's kind of the really, and that, it's interesting how it kind of takes it back to terps, because kind of the whole, it's also kind of the thought also kind of goes back to um what Nick was sharing, kind of just about the because we're in a, just the comparison to craft beer, because with alcohol or with beer, there in after prohibition there was the rapid consolidation, or not, I don't know how long it was, but there was a consolidation of kind of alcohol into the hands of these few families, a few companies, and it was 80 or however many years, till kind of the volatile aromatics were started to be cared about, and the launch and the explosion now of craft beer, and how much kind of it's now able to kind of not compete with the Budweisers, but it's like it's pretty incredible to see how much the innovation and diversity has came up from the terps preserves in the hops.
Cali,
And sorry, good.
Cali. I'm just saying,
Yeah, totally,
California,
totally,
man.
totally. And
It's
and
it's
and my prayer is that kind of would because with cannabis legalization, there was this sprint off the starting line with the craft Nabiscos and the craft farmers, all sprinting out into the field, and kind of into a market that's immature in
Yeah.
even understanding what defines quality, and those closest to the plant have always known, THC and cannabinoid content. It's like that's, I mean, THC content it's not the thing, it's not the
No.
driving thing, it's amazing, but it's not the driving thing. And so, kind of, but then once you get to the distributor, retail, bulk market to consumer, it's like the inverse is to where it's like all THC, and kind of, people couldn't catch a bag of chronic if it slapped them in the nose, and and so it's like, how do we get, how do we, like, my prayer is that there's not an 80-year process where consolidation among a few multi-state operator kind of destruction of the craft, for craft to one day in the long distant future to kind of finally have its moment, like came with craft beer, and I think kind of on that thought, I think that's where a big I think dutiful obligation that we all have as terp stewards and stewards of the sacred cannabis plant, and those that are cultivating it, to like, you know, like to really invest in like the terpene preservation infrastructure to be able to preserve terps to consumer purchase. Because once legalization happens, you know, like back in the day, in medical days, you could find some sticky bomb herb at most retail shelves, somewhere you could find it, but after legalization, it's like everything's kind of flat and kind of aromaless, and it's like,
Yeah, well, they took that
man,
ability out of the process. Like you used to be able to go and look at jars and stuff, and now everything's got to
yeah,
be sealed.
totally.
A little bit of a side note, and this is gonna be a weird comment for Hash Church, but a couple of years ago, actually, Alec, I think you were there at in Vegas. We were at a party, and someone had pulled out some cocaine that had it
Oh
was
my God, terp
and
cane,
yeah, and
Jesus,
they had put grape flavor
gnarly.
into the Coke, and it was just like it blew my mind because I was like, as if these guys are fucking like hopping onto the terp train that we have going on in cannabis, and they're starting to mix it into other drugs. And it really it speaks to that same distillate plus botanical terps kind of mentality, right? And it appeals to so many. Um,
Well, I know I like grape flavored fentanyl.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and they do have morphine lollipops and stuff for people who are really sick, and fentanyl lollipops, but that's kind of been always been a talking point that it's always got kind of a chuckle at, like, anytime I talk about it at, like, at conferences and stuff, is that if Vicodin were flavored, if we were flavoring Vicodin, what would the opioid crisis have looked like if opioids were all flavored, and where people were taking this pill that tasted horrible, but they still wanted the effect so bad. That's like there's a certain responsibility that we have. But there's another comment that I'd like to make, because Alec, you just touched on something that about just the scalability and craft and stuff and the quality of flower, is that cannabis at scale right now is almost completely just for extraction. Completely. Like, I've never seen anything nearly as large for quality flower, or for actual, it's all about, like, our industry has made a huge shift in saying, like, man, there's no money growing a small amount of weed. You got to have the economy of scale and grow at scale. And the only way to make a quality product from that is to make rosin out of it or distillate or whatever. And we're seeing, I mean, we're from, an acre to 10 acres to 20 acres to 200 acres. People, when they're looking about how, like, they can turn this into, like, a real industrial cannabis, that whole craft side of it, that whole part about that preservation and that fine attention to detail, it just doesn't fit in terms of the bottom line, you know?
Yeah.
So we're just
That was,
turning
that was,
away.
that was one of those weird things that came out of the Type 3 work that we did down in California in making all these flavor class Type 3 plants, like the high CBD plants, is they ended up being grown on large scale for hemp, but they were distilling off the terps and capturing them and using them for vape carts, right? And it was just like, man, like, you create something with the image that people are going to use it for one way, and then of course humans take it and they
Yeah,
bastardize.
this keeps being repeated over and over. It's not humans, it's fucking chief financial officers,
It's
man.
not the
These
CFOs. It's
motherfuckers.
money. It's capitalism is what it is,
Of
right? It's
course.
people that are
But
just
those are the guys that sort of look at the graph and don't see the whole picture, and they're hired by the,
they don't
CEO or
care
owner
about
of
the
the
whole
companies.
picture. Their
They
picture is
don't.
money. Their
But
picture
Yeah,
is
if
100%.
we could affect that, if we could make some care be in that portion of business, they might, because here's, a perfect example. Like, my partners in Michigan now, they're not growing, thousands of acres, but they are growing 17 acres. Many people are like, oh, that's too big. You can't give it the proper care. It can't be grown. It's like they are growing spectacular, beautiful cannabis, taking care of it by hand on their hands and knees for days at a time, like really caring for these plants. And because of it, the end result is a high quality, volatile, organic compound rich hash.
well,
I
I think we
absolutely
do make a
believe
difference. I think we do
I
make it.
absolutely I absolutely believe you can grow large quantities, but you cannot sacrifice uh, quality for quantity. The quality has to come first, second, and third.
Yeah, I think we do make a difference. I mean, Marcus, again, it's like that's kind of what your whole brand is about, right? You might have a smaller market share than some of these massive companies, but providing these products and making these products with care and intent and with quality being the driving factor, it does capture a little piece of the market, and through that we educate, right? We show the other way to do it. We show a better way to do it. So, you know, it comes back to that, like, think globally but act locally kind of thing, right? If you just set an example and do it the right way, people will follow. Like, it is that, if you build it, they will come kind of mentality.
That's such that, because that picks up kind of exactly where I was kind of getting to in my thought too, is because through because every state with legalizing kind of goes through its own explosion, kind of overproduction, where leads to price compression and potency inflation among fraudulent labs, and then everybody's running around with 35% weed and or higher. Like, some labs were putting out like 50% like THC in people's cannabis flowers. In the height of the fraudulence in California, and thankfully the DCCC is cracking down on that now. But yeah, just kind of, I think it's by leading by example, and we've seen, I feel like Oregon was the canary in the coal mine, for the cannabis industry, and kind of hitting overproduction and blowing out the market, and price went to extinction, and the people we've really seen kind of that have built resilience into their work with cannabis, instead of continuously doubling down on production, if anything, scale back a bit and double down terpene preservation infrastructure to be able to treat herb like cabbage and be able to kind of, curate the supply chain to where you can deliver a consumer a top shelf herb price reasonably, that's incredibly rich in terpenes, because like most consumers that buy herb in top shelf dispensaries, a lot of them have never seen what truly farm fresh, like chronic sticky bomb, you could stick it to a window and it's got a super resin ring on it, and I think that's the objective, to kind of be able to deliver a consumer that experience, because consumers like just bounce from brand. I think that's why the flavor, like the butterscotch, like hot dog water, is kind of like have such a mass appeal, because how poorly people's execution to deliver the consumer a top notch, cared for, curated product, and these, kind of, so consumers just bounce from brand to brand, kind of searching for something and can never find your flavor. So it's like, hey, I could just get flavor of butterscotch every time, sweet, you know. Um, but we've seen the resilience, like when people double down into preservation infrastructure, once like all the herb on shelves of dispensaries is like 1% or less, and then the pre-rolls are like 0.5% or less, or 0.2%, like that's like 100-to-1 cannabis terp ratio, kind of, it's like a largely THC driven effect. It's like hot dog water. It's like distillate, without terps, just smoking distillate without terps, So it's like consumers like been let down in a way, and where they can't find anything anything with flavor and aroma. And so I think that was where like the explosion of the flavor enhanced, kind of botanical or other derived chemicals or compounds, introduced. So that's like I think the thing of consistency, kind of in the market, but when a consumer, connects with, a flower, that's, 3 to 5.5% terps, that's hundreds of percent more stinky, flavorful, aromatic than anything else on the shelf. And and the flower side of things, and so it's like when a consumer experiences that, has that type of positive olfactory kind of awakening, there's a forever consumer for your brand, like that's how brand loyalty builds. And then people follow, and look for it, and if they see that in a new shop or they're probably going to go with that, because it's trusted, and so I think kind of just it's such a critical thing that I think we have to do, like in the building education and awareness into the way we present, and offer this plant, to the world and to consumers, because I think that's how, because it's slowly happening, for so long, there's, talking about terpenes and nobody gave two shits about terpenes. Everybody's just focused on THC, but over kind of last decade, I mean, it's especially in the more recent years, it's amazing to see just the growing kind of talk. And I mean, everybody's talking terps, but not a whole lot of people know anything about them, and so I think it's our critical objective to help teach them, and yeah, no, it's awesome plant. And that's I think that's the way that the natural plant's able to help decouple that bliss point, that's just activated in us, of just like that hyper flavor enhanced, kind of just like I think I think, as you become aware of cannabis and you come to like know and appreciate what it is, there's, the enhancements are not like cherished or interested in, but like the preserved attributes of the most bomb example of that cultivar, it's like that's huge, and that's like a terp epiphany, I think kind of that we can help put people through.
A
Terpiphany.
terpiphany.
Yeah,
Exactly.
great.
Terpiphany. I think that's
Epiphany.
quite a good word. You heard it here on Hash Church first. Yeah, I had some thoughts on that, and I totally just got all baked and can't really remember them now, but I can still taste the terps in my mouth if that qualifies for being a part of the conversation.
Well, I know these guys in Nova Scotia that they're called Fresh Island Grown, and they're I think 4 acres or so greenhouse, and they've got 80,000 or so square feet of indoor something, and it's all hand trimmed. And I don't know anybody else who does that. You know what I mean? And I've never tried their flower. We've been chatting on Zoom calls and stuff like that and trying to help them with some export stuff. But that dedication, I'm like, why? I'm like, wow, man, that's a big trim crew you guys have. And he's like, oh yeah. you know, and that commitment where he's just like from the beginning, we're like, nope, we're gonna build up, we're gonna get bigger and bigger, bigger, but we have to keep making that same thing, and hand trimming is the way we're gonna do it. And to me, that makes me think that the real future to bring that experience to people like you're talking about, Alec, that beautiful 3% terp, that beautiful flower that hasn't been beat up, is through breeding and actually getting to a point where an industry has selected cultivars that work for growers in a way that they can do that. Because when I look at fields and facilities with all the different cultivars that are in there, you really see some of them have a lot of challenges in terms of scalability and some don't. And some of them smoke good and some don't. And some of them are high THC and some aren't. There's a lot, and everyone grows, every facility has their own catalog of 20 or 30 things that they grow that are different from the other guy. So the consumer doesn't really know what they want or anything. So to have to get to this point where like collectively we say like, look, man, the only way we can scale this, like, okay, we got the lodging branches in the field. They fall over and they flop over. We got to get rid of that. Big fat sticky petioles that are like so thick that we got to like carve them out and it's really difficult. We got to get rid of that. We can't have too much leaf. We want trichomes to be bigger. If we collectively worked in that direction, we'd actually have plants that were manageable by industrial scale. But right now, I see people growing at scale, but it's every time it's like figuring out how to do the process every time. They can't streamline it to make it more effective. And a big part of that to me is that there's just too many cultivars for them to figure out what are in demand in order to streamline the process to make it more efficient and therefore a better product.
They're not even cultivars. They're just plants that people have selected. There are so few people doing real breeding intentionally, and everybody thinks, oh, I can just cross a couple of plants in house and find something good. And you can find some plants that produce decent flower. But look, I've said it before. You don't build billion-dollar industries on plants hacked together in a basement by some goofball that doesn't know what he's doing. Like, that's just not the way you build big business. And it's unfortunately the way that we built cannabis, right? And yeah.
But to be fair, Ryan, I have to disagree slightly. Is that cannabis to me, because of its elusive and because it's so complicated and it's so diverse, you do have the potential to find a seed out of the basement that has all that people want it to be. And yeah, we should make it better. But let me finish. Let me just finish real quick. But my point is that it's everyone constantly doing that and throwing like, hey, I'm going to cross this with this, and there's a new cultivar to try. And hey, let's do this and this. There's a new cultivar to try. So it's like it's the noise. It's not that they're not good enough. Is my point.
They're not cultivars. They're plants that you can find that has a decent flower, but they're not bred. They're not bred the way that we breed other species of plants and trialed other species of plants, right? Like when a new apple cultivar comes to market, the amount of trialing that went on behind that market release is absurd, right? Like it goes through 20 different growers and a couple of different research research centers, right? Before it's ever released to the market. It's not some guy crossed a couple of plants and found a new flavor, right? Sure, there's nothing wrong with the flavor, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the flower. It's that the flower is on a frame that doesn't self-support, or that it hasn't been bred for other important agronomic traits. That's all I'm saying, right? Like again, like when I criticize breeding, it's not that there aren't plants that produce good flower. There's tons of plants that produce good flower. It's just that they're not the whole package where it's agriculturally robust, it's resistant, it's all the other things that it needs to be, plus good flower.
But in order to do that, though, you have to decide. Everyone has to pick these lanes and then improve upon those varieties, right? Which means industry has to accept that those are desirable varieties or cultivars or strains, whatever the kids want to call them. And then they have to eventually make them better and more efficient for that. So industry collectively, like the way the apple industry works, because the apple industry is very tied in with the breeding and trial and distribution and commercial arrangements while they're making those selections in the breeding group, like in New Zealand and stuff. They're also making commercial agreements with Washington State for production for those plants that they're actually working on. So there's this collective push that goes on for like, hey, this is what we as a collective industry are trying to achieve. And in cannabis,
it's not fickle like it is with cannabis, right?
yeah,
Like,
but it's not a fickle plant either. That's a big part of it. You got to always think like all those other crops, they're not nearly as diverse or complex as cannabis to figure out. Meaning it's a lot easier for them to say, hey, what's a bigger, sweeter, earlier ripening, harvestable apple versus let's do that with cannabis and include all the chemistry. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, well, it's also like it's not the flavor du jour, right? Like that's what I mean by fickle. It's like, the variety that you have that's a winner in 3 months, it's irrelevant, right? And there's no way to do true R&D breeding to develop a staple variety, right?
So can I jump in real quick? Because this is really, and I'm sorry to take so much time on this, but I met someone in New York State who works for the Farm Bureau, right? And he is just a traditional Farm Bureau guy, but he now also works in cannabis because cannabis is legit now. And he told me something that I never thought of because I've used this Apple analogy a lot, right? And he told me, he's like, you have no idea. It's now the same with apples. Apple producers, there's such a hype around the next great apple that all the breeders and all the trialing and all the commercial agreements are really challenging to get because everyone is chasing the new Cosmic Crisp.
Right.
Where for decades and decades it was so stable. And then there was like, hey, we need to diversify. We need better apples. And they made this push and had huge successes with like Honeycrisp and Fuji, the OG and the Kim Dog. And then now all these apple breeders and all these producers are all suffering. And the farmers who's really suffering is like, dude, you guys told me that the Cosmic Crisp was going to be like the shit this year. And all of a sudden you're like, no. Do you know how long it takes to set up an apple orchard?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so the same weird market dynamic of people needing to want something new and also the consumer being in charge, like this new Amazon, I buy what I want for me, when I want, where I want it model has given them this power to like say like, well, this is my variety of shampoo. This is my variety of thing. And that just makes it so fucking hard for everyone except for the people who own like the PepsiCo, who owns like 30 different soft drink companies. They can, those guys will love it because they get all their consumers think they're getting the diversity. But the reality is the small guys, the small breeder, the small company, the small everything, they're really having a challenge to enter markets like this. And cannabis has got it in spades. But anyway, that totally blew me away because I was doing this thing and he's like, oh no, man, apples have totally changed. It's all fucked. This whole
well, it's like we've turned all these industries into like ADHD world, right? Where it's like, you gotta have the new thing. It's like, it's hard to develop supply chains. And in fairness, this is going to be one of the areas where technologies like CRISPR allow you to move forth because as breeding takes time. I mean, it takes you 3 months to make the seeds. Right? Let alone forget trials and clones and backups and selections. I mean, that process takes a year. But with CRISPR, if you have like nearly ideal plants, you can edit them and move on. They've got tomatoes down now where you can, if you have like a mostly ideal tomato variety, within 8 months through CRISPR, you can create every different color of tomato, right? Just by doing a series of edits. And you can take a red tomato and make it yellow, brown, and purple, right? So you got three varieties that all taste the same within, or sorry, three new varieties that all taste the same within a matter of months. So yeah, it's it's bizarre, but it's also amazing that we can do it. But it really is the changing face of ag, right? Like it's the future is not going to be the same as the past, that's for sure. These technologies that we've discovered are unleashing a whole new world for our ADHD minds, our ADHD consumer minds. So
Well, I'm here for it. Whatever it is, let's just do it. I'm gonna try and direct it the best I can through my little amounts of pressure I can put here and there, get things to be as good as they can, try to drive and steer the things that we're passionate about and that we're knowledgeable about, and just yeah, also coming to the understanding that when you specialize in something and you go really deep down that rabbit hole and you geek out on it, you suddenly do not have a relatable perspective on that subject. No one else in the world who knows very little about that subject um, is paying any, they don't, they just don't care at that same level. So, and that's why the botanicals and the floor sweepings and the distillates are the number one selling products in the
Yeah, and
cannabis
the
industry.
truth of it is that most people out there are the McDonald's eaters. And when we want them to raise up to these new levels, good luck.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But we can grow that group in a small way. And even though that group is 1% or even less, when you think of how many people use cannabis worldwide, I just know from my own personal experiences of cruising around, traveling the world, meeting people in different places, and always honing in and finding the lovers of hash. And I always found them everywhere. They're all over the world. They're in all sorts of walks of life. I find them more willing to expose themselves now because of how the legality of it is in Canada. I mean, even the woman who is the checkout lady at Safeway will tells my wife how many milligrams she can eat for edibles, and oh yeah, I smoke a big joint after work. She's just like an older woman, and I just thought that is so cool that we've kind of reduced that level of fear. I mean, don't get me wrong, people are still like afraid to expose themselves, some, but it's nice to see a lot of sort of people that had to hide that in their life for so long just be able to share a story. You know, you get fired for that however many years ago if you were working at a job and mention that, oh yeah, I'm a big cannabis user. I love the gummies and I love
You'd
smoking the
also go to
joints.
jail and have your
You
children
could,
taken away.
well, I mean, that's the most extreme part of it that was absolutely also true. So that's pretty heavy. That's we got to take our wins where we can get them. I've always thought that the cannabis activist community never celebrated the wins the way they should. You know, it was just like, okay, we got to do the next thing. We got to do the next thing. It's like, well,
Because,
celebrate
but
your
what
wins.
have we won? What have we won?
Well, a lot. Well, for instance, like, you know, people not having like they're be fired now for it, you know, at least here in Canada, that woman would have been fired. Her kids could have been taken away. She could have, you know, all of these sort of things imprisoned. It's just heavy. I feel like we've won little things. I feel like 25 or
you won
35
a
years
lot of
ago.
things. I
That's
mean,
what I'm
even
saying.
full melt hash, that's a win, right? Like there's so many terp preservation, lab analysis. Like we've had tons of wins. Um, but we've also had
We made those wins happen, right? We didn't.
You're right, and it's hard to recognize too. I mean, I get both of your points. I mean, Etienne, your point is perfectly valid. We've been eating like shit sandwich for 50 years, right? So it's like, great, we flicked off one of the fleas on the shit sandwich. We're still eating the same shit
I
sandwich.
feel like there's more bread and less shit.
Well,
Well,
no, I got kicked out of bank number 38 this week, right? So now I'm on to bank number 39. Okay, because that's the
Jesus.
reality when you're pioneering. you
I've
know.
only been kicked out of 5
And on
with
top of that,
a 100% legal business licensed by the Ministry of Health.
there you go. See, and so the hate still goes on, but the fight still goes on too. But yeah, we didn't really celebrate too much because we still had much more to do.
Yeah.
Prop 64 was a good idea, but its implementation has been shit. We're happy people stopped going to jail, but the quality of cannabis and the prohibition in certain counties has led to a hodgepodge shit show that we're doing our best to deal with. Fortunately, there's ethical people like myself and Alec and others that are trying to do the right thing and push the issues, further and proper. But we still got a fight on our hands here in the United States. I mean, even in Canada, you can't go and look at cannabis somewhere. You have to have it mailed to you. But you should be able to go see the quality of the cannabis. Hell, people should be able to go see, gardens like they do in Amsterdam where they're walled off with thick glass so you can see from the outside, but you don't go inside. You know what I'm saying? People should see, like, there's farms you can go see the chickens that you're going to eat. There's farms you can go see the cows and pigs you're going to eat, but nobody goes and sees the cannabis they're going to smoke, but eventually that will be it, right? Along that Napa Valley model where, there'll be a grow and then people will come in and you'll sample it and then it all becomes mail order. But, how many laws have to change until then, right? We're in the midst of rescheduling right now, right? And people are like, oh, well, why hasn't rescheduling, happened? And, what's going on? And I'm going to go on a little rant here for a little bit of education because right now we are in number 3 of 6 stages of that judicial review. One was the initial review took 90 days. That's the Office of Management and Budget analyzes a proposed rule before returning it to the DEA for a publication in the Federal Register. 2, public comment period, 30 to 90 days. We all contributed to that, or many of us did. There's over 40,000 comments. Now we're at number 3, administrative hearing, several months to a year, if granted. Okay, well, it's been granted. It's happening. It's starting in a couple of weeks, actually. Well, yeah, January 13th. However, there's multiple cases. There's 2 in the courts, one against prohibition, and another one is stopping scheduling outright. Those are working their way through. However, the administrative law judge, I'm in the midst of an appeal. I'm waiting for my appeal to be heard in DC courts so that I can be, or my group of veterans could be number 26 to testify. Because again, remember, all rules haven't changed yet, and we haven't celebrated all of our wins because we're still fighting, right? So after that is 4, which is the DEA review, which can take several months to over a year. Okay, the DEA will review all information on the record, including evidence presented during the hearing. The stage has no statutory time limit, and the expected volume of comments could significantly impact the timeline. Then 5, the final rule, effective 30 days after publication. The DEA issues its final rule, which becomes effective 30 days after publication in the Federal Registry. Then 6, the judicial review, which takes 1 to 3 years if challenged. And people are from Project Sam and others are definitely going to throw as much shit at the wall to see what sticks to the courts as that. So aggrieved parties withstanding can seek judicial review in the final rule, potentially adding 1 to 3 years to the process. So we may be all the way to the next presidency, people. So just so you're aware, but also understand that through these administrative hearings, they're not touchable by your senators or even the president per se, because this is a separate reality from regular legislation. The DEA has never gone against the FDA and the HHA's recommendation, which has said it has medical use and it should be Schedule 3. So we're witnessing a series of semantics, but eventually we're going to arrive at Schedule 3. However, my veterans group has put in the media, we've now had 16 different articles in the last 2 weeks from Washington Post on down, where we've discussed Schedule 5, which no one's discussing. And then we also planted descheduling on the battle flag as the battle flag on the talking points. So, we're trying to do our best to affect the change, because this change in the United States affects what happens in Canada. It affects everything because of how the DEA handles. Also, be aware, I don't know if everybody's aware, but the DEA was just pulled completely from searching at airports, train stations, at bus stations, after their inspector general, which is the overseer of the DEA, basically said, "You've been fucking around too much, stealing people's shit. All you're doing is doing fishing expeditions. You're done." And pull the DEA from being able to do that, which is huge fucking news in our world. So that's the administrative process that nobody seems to understand, that nobody in the media is writing about. Now, you hash churchers understand this is still few years away from actually happening, but eventually we are going to arrive at Schedule 3. And then other changes have to happen. Why can't we rest on our laurels? Because once that happens, we have to get Congress to change 280E, right? Because 280E still taxes everybody in the United States over 70% of what you bring in. That's the reality. But once that's gone, then you'll see banking open up. Then you'll see all of those realities and investments come in. Then you'll see interstate commerce. Then eventually we'll start to see international commerce, where we'll be able to import Canadian cannabis. And you can actually do that, but that's a long legal process to go through that now. However, interstate commerce is the next thing potentially. So just so you're aware, sorry to rant.
Schedule 3, I think is a red herring. It is
Agreed.
gonna fail miserably because you cannot put a plant into Schedule 3 that people can grow themselves. Who's gonna win in Schedule 3? It's basically a play for big pharma, but ultimately who's gonna win? It's the trap market is gonna win. Trap market is gonna win all day long because people are not going to wait for a doctor's prescription to go buy mids grown by an MSO at Walgreens. I'm sorry, just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Not going to happen at all. We
Well,
need
that's
to
not
push
design.
for
I agree. I'm just
descheduling,
telling
which
you
is
the
removal
process as it
of the plant
stands.
from the Controlled Dangerous Substance Act because it's not dangerous. It needs to be on the same schedule as alcohol and tobacco, which is no schedule at all. And the FDA is the one who's dropped the bill on this because also the Farm Bill, big red herring here because the Farm Bill's
Okay.
regulation over the plant ends at harvest. Ends at harvest. So as soon as that stuff is deemed as hemp, they're not regulating what that CBD can be converted into. And right now, it's commercially more viable to produce THC by chemically converting it from CBD than to get a license, grow cannabis plants and extract it and put it into THC products. You're going to pay roughly 5 to 10 times more money to get to that same THC molecule that you can make from isolate, CBD isolate, which is created below $400 a kilogram now. That's just a commodity. And that's just the reality of the situation. So I think both Schedule 3 and the Farm Bill are red herrings here.
I agree. And that's what I'm pointing out is that, but once that changes, the discussion changes forever, right? Because we know it's a red herring. All on top of that, everybody knows that, well, Pharma has had access to it in Schedule 1. They've had access. They created Marinol, they created Epidiolex, they created Sativex, and the consumer doesn't want that, right? You're exactly correct,
That's
Mark,
right.
and you're correct that it's gonna blow up the gray market, especially in this time frame while we're waiting, right? With the farm bill is going to be detrimental, and it's re-illegalification of these cannabinoids is going to be a waste of time and money. And I'm afraid the DEA is waiting for its opportunity to jump on it.
Well,
And
and that's by
Schedule
design.
3. We hate
That's by
Schedule 3.
that,
However,
that's all
we
by
changed the
design.
system, and now we have to now change the system more. So goes to exactly what Marcus was saying. We should celebrate our wins, but we can't here because we're fighting through 3 to get eventually to get it to deschedule. But
Well,
we can't
anybody who
stop.
thought it was going to be easy was smoking too much herb, to be perfectly frank and honest. I
Yeah.
mean, this is an uphill fight, and we have to keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting until they grow cannabis like Christmas tree farms, and you can go get one for $100 and take it home with you, and until everybody in every country, everywhere in the world, for any reason, can grow at home, especially if it's only for personal use. And until that happens, we got to keep fighting.
Yeah, and it's by design that they do these things. I mean, you're talking about this year-long process of the DEA reviewing. They're going to drag it out for a year. They're going to drag it out as long as they can, right? It's all about just kicking this ball down the road. They don't want a solution. They want to just drag this problem out. And look, I mean, look how long ago Prop 215 was, right? I mean, Jesus, it's 30 years now, right? So,
Yeah, but also, I mean, we because we use medical and compassion to get this going, there's some pretty heavy duty blowback to that globally. And yes, it got us here faster, but it wasn't, we all know that we use that
you
as
got to be careful what you ask for
you got to
because
be careful what you ask for. And the
you just
last
might
thing,
get it.
you just might get it exactly. And to be honest, there are countries around the world. I've spoken with ministers of health and agriculture and people in different countries, and they bought the whole thing. It's medicine. And we never created the medicine out of the medicine for it to become medicine, right?
Well, you can't.
But
Like that's the whole thing in Canada. Like that, you know, it's exactly that. You better careful what you ask for because you just might get it. Canada was like, okay, it's medicine. Great, it's medicine. Now you got to deal with it on medical standards. You want to put it on the market as a medicinal product, you got to spend hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of dollars doing the trials to get it to
right.
product. And when I can go into the rec store here in town and buy a CBG product. What the hell is a CBG product doing at the rec store, right? It's that it's easier to sell it through the rec store than it is to put it through a clinical trial,
Mhm.
right? So, like, the whole system is essentially designed to fail at this point in time, right? We're never gonna get there because why would you spend that money
Right.
to create a medicinal product?
And the funny thing is that every country that embraces it as medicine first, eventually it just becomes cannabis.
Yeah.
And if you look at like Australia, Australia has like the Schedule 3 version. It's run by their FDA. You get a doctor prescribes it. It goes through the pharmacy. You have to buy it from a physical farm. It actually has to come from a fucking pharmacy, a pharmacist and a doctor, right? Complete a mess, really difficult. If you don't like the variety that you were assigned, then you got to go back and say like, it didn't work for my lumbago. Can you give me something else? That's really difficult to get another doctor's appointment and all that stuff, right? But the way the consumer is in interfacing cannabis now, years later, it's just weed. They just want fire from California. They don't want the Aleve variety. They don't want things. And the brands now have loosened up, and everyone kind of now knows it's just weed, even though it's still run by their version of the FDA and it's still considered, so it's like we all know eventually every medical model just turns into adult use
Well,
or
it's normalization. It's like when you create like I've seen this on so many different levels, but when you have these strict systems and then you're like, okay, we're gonna allow grandma to have it because she's got uh some kind of severe cancer or a child that has epilepsy, and we allow these people to have access to it in society, it normalizes cannabis. It's that people, all these prohibitionists realize, oh, it's not so bad, right? And everybody knows someone that is benefiting from the therapeutic aspects of cannabis, and it just becomes not a big deal. I remember I was flying back from BC and I had my legal amount, which was just under 3 kilos, and I had a rolling suitcase that I brought on the plane with me that was full of containers of different types. I was bringing varieties back to show a producer to be able to like essentially show them what I could license them. And my suitcase on the plane that went underneath the belly of the plane was full of bud. And I guess they cracked the bag or they cracked the plane open and the whole bottom of the plane stank like weed. So, we're all waiting for our bags to come out and everybody's getting their bags off the conveyor belt. And, it's me and one guy comes out, or one guy standing there, the two last people, and his bag comes out. And, um, the conveyor stops and he gets his bag, and I'm like, oh, where's my bag? And I look up and there's cops at like every exit, right? And they came up and they're like, oh, hey, are you Ryan Lee? And I went, oh, you found my medical marijuana. And they said, you're under arrest. And, and I whipped out my license. I was like, no, I'm not. Here's my license. Let's go weigh it. You can see that I'm compliant and I'll be on my way. And anyway, long story short, I had in the process, I have this discussion with this cop, and I'm like, listen, dude, it's going to be legal in 2 years, right? Like and he just couldn't believe it, right? He was like so livid that I was walking around with cannabis and they just wanted to nail me to the wall. But this is the process, right? This is the process. You get the medical in the medicinal use of cannabis into the system. People realize it's not a big deal. And then there becomes no incentive to ruin people's lives over cannabis, right? And so the obvious next step is recreational or adult use cannabis, right?
And that's what we're working on at the UN right now. Our group, the Cannabis Embassy, we will be back in March to lobby specifically for that, because we are confronting exactly those lawmakers and those discussions at those countries' diplomats, confronting them in Vienna on their own turf and educating them. We're going to Kevin Sabet's side events once again, and we're going to be there to record and catch him in his lies and misinformation. And then afterwards, we go and then engage those people who sat in and tell them about the lies and misinformation and educate them. So this is what has to be done so that we can eventually see this reality by 2030, which is what we're hoping to do for legalization worldwide. So we're going above the US while working in the US, while working with the US, but we're going worldwide. And it's 2030. So get ready, people.
It's important to understand that it is that be careful what you ask for, because it's like it was what happened with Holland. I mean, we did that course together so long ago. They were like, okay, it's medicine. You gotta treat it like an inhalable product, like the CFU limits and the contamination limits for inhalable medicines are like incredibly low. You can't grow cannabis that clean, right? So, it is, you got to be careful what you ask for, but listen, I think that kind of was the only way that we were getting it through the door. So,
one of the
it's
things
an evolution, right? It's an evolution of the system, is what it is.
One of the things we should also be doing is we should get every police officer, every prison guard, everybody in the power and authority to be part of the cannabis cultivation system. Let them profit from it, because that will stop their against itness faster than anything else. Is when they can put a buck in their pocket.
Well, but you know what else will too? It's having somebody's loved one come down with chronic illness, and cannabis is providing relief. And to see how much that is able to shift people's minds and awareness. And I think something really important too in this moment. Because of the whole progress, but we have a long way to go. But we're like stewards for this like plant on this sacred mission, in Brazil, and the Santo Daime tradition, ayahuasca tradition from Brazil. They call cannabis Santa Maria, believing it to be this like Holy Mary incarnation of this healing, compassionate energy through the cannabis plant, and I think it's a very purposeful plant. It's one of the plants of the apocalypse. It's like, it's here to help kind of bring healing in this moment, of great disease and illness, and suffering, and kind of to, how much this plant is such a panacea, in the fact that the endocannabinoid system, the master balance, homeostatic regulating system in our body, kind of how much kind of the whole kind of emerging idea and understanding of the clinical endocannabinoid deficiency syndromes, and how such a wide range of suffering and disease and illness cannabis can be a great ally in the healing process, and I think it's really it's coming in with this moment of we're 1 in 30 kids being born or have autism, from 1 in 10,000 kind of in a couple decades ago, kind of or however long, two to 4 decades ago, and the whole cannabis movement, kind of medical cannabis movement, kind of, God bless Dennis Perone and Valerie Mike Corral, Wham, and their devotion, to this healing, compassionate energy, of cannabis, and providing it to the sick and the poor, who are dying. The AIDS epidemic, whenever nobody, the capitalistic pharmaceutical, I mean, it's like there's, they had no answers for them. And if they did, they were incredibly expensive and beyond people's means. And this plant was given for free to the sick and the poor and the dying, and it was helping to alleviate suffering and bring healing. It's like that's the definition of medicine, and kind of the whole confine, or the structure of, defining medicine through the Western system. It's a rigged system, in a big way, because the planet produces the plants and the healing medicines that we need to thrive and survive. And this, I think this plant too, it's in this time where, the Bayer Monsantofication, because eight out of $10 spent in politics on left or right side of the political equation is from like the agrochemical and pharmaceutical industries. Bayer Monsanto, that's like one and the same, making the poisons that poison and destroy the earth and all life, and making the medicines to help, like the medicines, quote unquote, to help bring healing, and kind of like tracing the root word of pharmaceutical into like pharmacon kind of back, it's like potions, sorcery kind of starts tying into that, and kind of it's wild how, the Rockefellers in the early 1900s kind of, had a whole public relations campaign to redefine medicine, away from plants, where the pharmacopoeias of the distant past, the healing was all in the different plants, but then like in the emerging of the petrochemical, revolution, kind of it, they were able to very, carefully, craftfully, redefine medicine to where people in the program matrix kind of see medicines as, what a doctor prescribes them, versus the plants of the, earth, and the gifts of the great creator, and so, yeah, I just feel like this plant is, so it's such an important time, because it's like all the, it's all interconnected, it's like, the poisoning of the earth through the, desertification of all soil life, and the effect of glyphosate is full disruption, of the health ability of humanity and life, and kind of, it's kind of, now that it's, you track since the 90s, kind of the rise in all long-term chronic illness and disease, kind of it tracks in parallel, to the like skyrocket increase in like the amount of national deployed anti-life chemicals, in the form of herbicides and fungicides and pesticides and all the sides, and I think it's those types of agrochemicals are like, they do not support a medicine system, and I think it's a revolution of the plants here to kind of bring to kind of challenge that reality and definition of medicine. And also I think the idea of compassion, I think one of the most radical, the first thing that was ditched once legalization happened was compassion. Nobody, like, it's gone, out the window, even though that's one of the most radical things still about this plant and the potential of this plant to also shift the minds, because, as we're getting into our elder years, with the rate of chronic illness that it is now, we're going to be seeing a lot of close ones around us, kind of that are going to be going through some really hard times because of their diet, and kind of and the invisible poisons that are kind of taking them down, and so I think kind of, as stewards of the plants, it's like, and top quality proper cannabis, we also have to kind of be aware about just like, I mean, because it's like you don't always smoke cannabis like from an area that has, bunch of pesticides, kind of in high levels, right? And so it's like kind of exposes this contradiction. It's like, do I eat that in the food I support? And it's like, it helps us to kind of choose this path of wellness and treating our body as a temple, and like, it always goes back to this, like when diet is out of order, medicine is of no use. Whenever, or sorry, when diet is, yeah, when diet is in order, medicine is of no use. When diet is out of order, medicine, oh my God, I'm butchering it. Sorry. When diet is in order, medicine is of no use. No, sorry. When diet is out of order, or when diet is in
You can
order,
get fooled, but you
sorry,
can't fool me again.
medicine is
You're
of
having
no
that George
need.
Bush moment.
When diet's in order, medicine is of no need. When diet's out of order, medicine is of no use. There we go. Sorry. And so yeah, we're just entering this time where cannabis is, one of the most important medicine plants here. And I think that it's so sadly underrepresented in this trap hustle market. And I think, hope we can bring that back into, the spirit of this plant and what it's here to bring. Because I think it's going to accelerate it too. It's like a cop or a TSA or a DEA agent, kind of mom getting, Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, and kind of, and kind of the way that like cannabis, particularly somebody giving it to for free, because of care, to be able to help kind of, just completely is a paradigm shift, and then that just ripples, butterfly effect through all their relations.
Nothing brings a cop around like having their mom go through cancer and seeing them benefit from cannabis. I mean, it's life changing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So
we saw in Berkeley, we saw the chief of police actually write a whole breakdown on how to handle medical marijuana because his mother had cancer and used medical marijuana. I mean, what are the chances, right? But that's the reality that sometimes impede into our realities, and this is where the influence that we have. I also want to give a shout out to Sam the Skunk Man because Sam actually joined us last year in the UN and testified. And we used this photo actually of the cat in the hat. We used that to project when he testified in one of our side events. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Sam because even though he's homebound, he was still able to help and testify. And there are creative ways that you can still get involved and affect change. So shout out to you, Sam, and thank you very much for your help and support at the world level.
Well, no problem. I was glad to support the local farmers, and that's what it was really about because you got to remember that a lot of the seeds which are being imported from third world traditional cannabis centers, uh, it they're actually protected under United Nations biodiversity laws, which insist that you share the profits with the farmers and unfortunately with the governments that used to persecute the farmers. But I, I strongly believe that we shouldn't just steal the genetics and use them willy nilly without any benefit to the people who were the stewards of them for hundreds of years. Uh, they didn't, the breeders didn't own them, but they were definitely the stewards as long as uh, they were being bred in their countries by them.
yeah, it's funny. I mean, you know, you've been on this battle for so you and Wade have been on this battle for so long compared to most of us. But like even going back, you said it earlier, even going back to what the purpose was behind the International Hemp Association, right? I mean, it's the same thing that you just said today. It's like to inform and educate and bring about this change where cannabis can be used for scientific, medical, industrial purposes, right? And for all of them. And we are getting there, but we're still eating that shit sandwich, unfortunately. But we just got to keep going. And I think like I said earlier, the interesting thing is that in this process, we've changed medicine, right? We've discovered the endocannabinoid receptor system. We've come to understand that it's a global regulator. And now we're like, like Alec was saying earlier, we're starting to understand things about other agricultural crops, right? With this reductionist approach that we've taken, and cannabis is educating and informing all these other industries,
The,
from hop to, it's wild. It's wild the changes that
it's
we that
it from the beginning. One of my goals was to bring cannabis back into Western medicine because I had realized how long it had been used, not only in the West, but under the Ayurvedic system and so many other places. And for it to be excluded and not described as medicine was just so wrong. It galled me. And, we do now have cannabis back into Western medicine. It's not as deeply understood as it should be. It's not taught enough in the medical universities, but we're moving in the right direction at least.
Yeah, well, you talk about standing on the shoulders of giants, and Sam, you are one of the giants, right? Like your whole life. It's one of the reasons I used to get so annoyed when I'd hear people going on about calling you a DEA agent or a CIA agent. They have no idea what you have given in your life to help us bring forward this change that we're at now. I mean, it's truly remarkable. It's a life of passion and dedication, and you've kind of overseen this change in many ways. It's really, I can't say thank you enough. You and I are good friends, but I think it's important to say in front of everybody, like you really are one of the giants that have moved this cannabis thing forward in the last 60 years.
Dude, I
I'm proud to be a cannabis giant.
Dude, I'm quite certain it's why people like, not the only reason, but it's certainly why in the early days people turned into this show and people have been turning into this show. I don't think Hash Church could exist without you. You're like a huge part of the yeah, people tune in to hear your stories. They tune in to hear Wade's stories. They tune in to hear the people's stories who have been doing this for such a long, long time and have poured their heart and soul into just all the best aspects of it. So yeah, I also reiterate what Ryan says and very much appreciate the shoulders of the giants
And
and, for
when
making it
I
right.
was working with I was the chairman of the International Hemp Association. We were dedicated to the release of cannabis information to help move cannabis forward. And I had hoped that industrial hemp would do it as much as medical, but yeah, medical, when people have any compassion at all and they understand it's helping, people who need cannabis, and it really does help a lot of people. Uh, that was really the big change that was needed, more so than industrial hemp. Oh, I love industrial hemp, but yeah, medicine is what really changed the cannabis world. And they tried and tried and tried to prevent us from calling cannabis medicine, but yeah, and now it's pretty damn obvious it always was.
Yeah, well, and we saw with, I mean, like, I remember that video with Hillary when she had just come back from California, and I don't remember the gentleman's name, but he had some serious convulsing problems. I don't know if it was
That was
epilepsy.
Crash.
Yeah, and when he smoked when she held that joint up to his lips, and you saw the change, right? You saw him go from pain and suffering and shaking and just a lack of control over his own body, and within a few minutes to entering this calm state. And it's so fucking undeniable, um the quality of the change in the quality of life that this medicine can bring. And we've learned over, again, another 30 years that it helps for so many different conditions. um it's an incredible plant. It's amazing that it's having the impact and the change that it's like kind of ushering all the way through society.
So
Yeah.
but for
To me,
everybody,
what's amazing is it took so damn long.
yeah, but for every one of you, I mean, Etienne and Marcus and Wade. I mean, Wade, you've given so much to the CBD community in California. We've all played a role, but like we all have to take a little bit of a bow, right, and recognize Mark and Michelle Doan with the amount of education you've done. It's like it takes a village. It really is one of those things where it takes a village, and we have achieved some pretty amazing gains. So,
And Marcus for putting on the House Church. I mean, he's reached thousands of people.
well, even just changing, think of how much burnt cellulose, Marcus has stopped from entering people's lungs all over the world, right? Like like we have to recognize the gains that we want. Um,
Even
and
before the show, guys, like, I
we got a
mean,
lot, we got a lot
the
of
forums, like, let's call out the forums, how we all kind of actually came together, right? Like, Chimera, like, you were on there, it was so kind of where it bubbled to the surface. And when we were allowed to reveal who we were and what we were about, we kind of slowly got there. And that progression, I think, to your point, um, is an honest one. It's an authentic journey that you can only have if you truly love it and are really just about the plant and about what it can do
well, and
on
and
so many
like
levels,
I thought about this the other day. The internet has been such an incredible tool for humanity, and it's kind of become this
Yeah.
collective hive mind. And sure, it highlights all the worst parts of humanity as well, but it also highlights the best parts of humanity and the sharing of education or information and the education. It's allowed us to just snowball this thing,
Yeah.
right? In an incredible way over again the last 30 years. Like it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing what it's
I
done for
think
this.
about it like the Silk Road. It continued the concept of it. Like, think about how genetics traveled, amongst ourselves at those times. It was very much like the Silk Road of modern day, where you were constantly like, "Yo, I got this new thing I hunted," or "I found this. Check this out." And it would just go out to all these people, and then there were like channels and new posts and new threads that would come about. Um, I mean, it was like the saga of all of our, of our teenage years almost, right? It was really interesting. And it's, to your point earlier, you're talking about convulsion, involuntary, movement. I see that with my dad, who is, going through it's Parkinson's is really neurologically a very confusing disease,
Yeah.
but cannabinoids it's just fascinating. I'll just leave it at that. It's the things that I've
Not
personally
only do cannabis help the involuntary movements of Parkinson's, but
yeah.
it also helps them if they're taking dopamine to keep the dopamine down without throwing it up.
Yeah, and there's like, in the interaction with other medicines that he's on too, which I'm starting to pay a lot of attention to, or have been, I should say. Um, it just it's like this key that unlocks a lot of things that sort of kind of plays nice from a pharmacology point of view. It's very rarely are there bad interactions that I've seen. So it's from just a neurological point of view, and the other constituents that he's in terms of medications that he's on. So I think others that are out there that are going through that, I think, um, just experiment and try to find that the formulation that does work, because it is, there's times where you're like, oh, you need to dial it way back because it's just too much, right? But um, that's a wave you're kind of riding. It's a very difficult day-to-day thing to understand, but over time it starts to make it starts to actually make sense in some weird way, which is a really eye-opening thing. And I'm sure, Mark, you understand this, that there's so much room for improvement in terms of what we understand from a neurological point of view and how that actually benefits a patient. Um, but there are things that we clearly see that do work, such as involuntary movements or pain management or cognitive ability is not one I see a clear path on. Like with other medicines that you're taking as a patient, and it's doing other things to your brain, right? And then how does cannabinoids fit within that from a um, just how it affects your frontal lobes and your the different parts of your brain. So it's I think that's an interesting aspect that should be further studied, and I'm starting to see that now, where it's a great tool, but there's also a limit to that tool. Um, so but yeah, it's a wonderful thing to have, not only from a topical point of view, but also ingestible, and then vapable form has really been quite helpful, I think, for him as a patient, speaking on that, because it's the immediacy, the delivery of that immediacy when there's involuntary movement, because it starts slow, but it gets really intense, and there's a lot of times where you're just like, okay, there's like nothing I can do physically to stop this, right? And you kind of have to let it play out in a lot of respects. It's really interesting. It's just like it's a whole journey there. But I encourage others to keep, playing with it because it's
My mother could not feed herself because she shook too much. And if she would take her L-Dopa so that, to calm down her involuntary movement so that she could feed herself, then she would get so sick she would vomit her guts out. So she just couldn't win. But cannabis does allow people to be able to control the involuntary movements a little bit, and even more to help keep their medicine in their stomach.
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
those
I'm
drugs, L-Dopa, they have some serious side effects, right?
yeah,
Unintended side effects. And it kind of harkens back to what cannabis was doing with Akexia, right? With the AIDS medications and how people were so ill from the medications. And even, chemotherapy, again, the same thing, right? Like it's an adjunct therapy that kind of helps you deal with some of the medications that are really key to these conditions.
And
So,
and when Dr. Abrams in San Francisco was trying to get permissions to give cannabis to AIDS patients, he was refused 4 times in a row by the FDA or the DEA, whoever's was making it possible to do this work. Maybe it was the NIDA. And what I suggested to him was, what you need to do, Dr. Abrams, is to say that you're looking to see if cannabis interferes with treating people.
right.
And then they'll approve your work like this. And few months later, he called me up and says, I want to
It,
thank you
yeah.
because they just approved my study where he said he was trying to see if smoked marijuana interfered with the, helping the AIDS patients. And
Yeah, that was NIDA back then. They wouldn't fund anything that any study
exactly,
shows something positive. They would just shut it out. That's again another example of you finding a loophole around the system to make it work, which is something that you've been really good at throughout your career.
Yeah,
Um,
exploit finder.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, but if you look on NIH.gov today, Ryan, and you search with the keyword, actually you go to NIH.gov reporter, actually reporter.nih.gov, and you could see all of the projects that are being funded by the National Institutes of Health down here in the US. And when you put the word cannabis in there as a keyword search, you'll literally see thousands of grants that everything. I mean, like just as 3 or 4 years ago, it would be NIDA as the funding institute. I mean, almost without exception. But now when you go through and look, You'll see National Institutes of General Medicine. You'll see the musculoskeletal. You'll see things in central nervous system, the stroke people, the people who look at brains. So you'll see just about every division of the NIH is now funding, work that's basically research, uh, having to do with the utility of cannabis and not the harms of it. So
When
that's
I first joined the ICRS, the International Cannabinoid Research Society, uh, some 30, 40 years ago, uh, every single person there was being funded by the NIDA and basically doing anti-cannabis studies. Uh, that all changed, you know, starting around late 1990s. And uh, yeah, now there's so many people at the ICRS that are pro cannabis. It's unbelievable.
Well, I love to
And I'm
hear that.
happy.
Yeah, that makes me happy as well. I want to give Logan a chance to share some of the pictures that he spoke about last week. We're going to shift the subject a tiny bit. Logan has some glandular trichome heads that have crystallized, right, into these gemmy crystals, and then he gives them a little whack and they literally explode into dust. So, are you able to share your picture there, Wolverine Dabs?
I sent you over the pictures earlier. I'm not
You
sure if
did.
I'm going to
I
be
can
able
do
to
that.
share.
If you want me to, I can do it, but I made it so you could do it as well if you needed to. So, but I can
Yeah, no. Here, let me see here.
you know them better. I think the first three or four the crystallized photos. These are good photos, man. I should download these photos onto my photo app.
Yeah, let me see.
You need to turn your mic on. It's muted.
I heard them.
Oh, I couldn't.
Oh, my mic. I think it's on.
Yeah, you hear
Okay.
him now?
I hear you now.
Okay,
All
sweet.
right.
Sorry.
See, that's that good Skunkman
Yeah,
Sam
if you want to
hash.
share the photos, I'm not sure if I'm able to get them on here. I'm using my phone as like my camcast.
They're not where they should be right now, but I'll figure out a way to share them. Sure. I would rather them be shared a particular way, but we'll do it. Oh yeah, I think we're good here. Open with preview. That'll be better. Right, give me a memento, and I'll. All right. Oh, there's Alex Dickin.
Sorry, really quick. I just wanted to say, yeah, I have to jump, but so much gratitude, Marcus, for you holding this space, and to all the legends surround that surround us in Hash Church. And yeah, this is really beautiful. Thank you very much for having me on.
Dude, give us 2 more minutes. Give us 2 more minutes. I want you to see these trichomes that are crystallized into gems, and then they're smashed into powder.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Just
Thank
2 more
you.
minutes. Thank you, brother. See, look
Of
at me. I'm
course.
making you stay. I'm like,
No, I'm
got
grateful.
you.
Yeah,
I got you imprisoned in Hash Church.
stoked.
All right, here we go. So, Logan, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, let me just pull this up. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this was Trop Santos. That was the strain. And when we were isolating the heads, you can tell it's not fully clean, and it was very hard to get it clean, as every single time we would rub it, after we would rub it and isolate the heads, the entire glove would look like it was covered in white powder. And so we started looking at them under the microscope, and we noticed that the heads looked like they had crystallized, or almost like something was crashing out within them. And then when I took it on the slide, I tapped it with a tool, and the heads just completely exploded into a powder.
Yeah, that's super trippy, dude. I that's all I really wanted you to see, Alec. I thought it'll be a good discussion for another time. I've never seen this.
Insane.
It's
It all
totally
looks like
insane.
nucleated.
it would be, it'd be really interesting to see those tested. It looks almost like you got to remember, like the terps are kind of they act as a solvent in the resin gland,
For
right?
sure.
So it almost looks like the terps have kind of been desiccated out of the glands and they've
That's
reversed.
what it looks like to me too.
Yeah, it's
Like they're
interesting.
mainly like alcohols in there and they evaporated
Listen,
and
I've played with glandular trichomes a lot, and I've like they don't like when I hear people going, "Oh, they're exploding at certain temperatures." I'm like, I've never seen them explode. I've never like they'll stretch out and they'll melt in hot temperatures, but they're very strong. And I've poked like scissors at them, and like even clear domes that I had on a screen, I was like caving it in, and it was popping back, and it can be
Well,
very strong. So this is
I,
unique. I've never seen this
Yeah,
before.
this was very crystallized. Like it was very powdery as I was even when I would rub it on the screen and looking at my hand, like you would see white powder remaining on the glove.
you,
it
you
almost
know
looks
what
like
it is?
What was the
It's
microplanes.
environmental conditions?
it's the resin
Low
is
humidity.
obviously Taliban resin. That's why it's explosive.
Oh my God.
How
What was
long
the hu
before Sam has a complete he'll have
Man,
a little jar full of just the exploded white powder of frozen THC.
Yeah,
it
only
really
of a
looks like
specific micron.
So
it really looks like a,
was it low humidity because of the temperature? Like, did you have the temperature reduced down low?
Uh, the environment that I work in typically is below 68 degrees Fahrenheit and like below, I'd say below 40% humidity every single time. So ideally the humidity that I'm working in is around 30%, and we're working at around 65 degrees Fahrenheit, at least when that one was done in particular.
Are you
it
seeing
looks
this
like
across
microplane
cultivars too?
material.
No, this is the only time I have ever seen that. I've seen it happen twice. This is the only time I got photographic evidence of it. This was actually from 2 years ago.
And
One one
was it
cultivar or
variety specific?
yeah, yeah.
It was only from Trop Santos.
Interesting. Have you tested that plant? Like, it would be interesting to look at the lab results, and it would also be interesting to know if you've had this stuff tested, like, like literally the crystals tested. Uh, have like a terpene test done or like a full breakdown of the cannabinoids and terps, just to see if the
Yeah,
rate.
I should have done that. It only made 20 grams and I smoked it all.
What I love about this is everyone's like a little detective right now in their mind. They all got a thread going. It's this, it's that. That's dude, it's that's awesome. That's what it
Actually,
You
is.
we're
just
all
check the melting
narcissists
point
and
of
we
the
all
solid,
think we're
right?
right. No, I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
It's
totally.
Taliban hash, I'm telling you.
You
Yeah,
could
you're
It
you
nailing
was
it,
just
made in
Marcus.
Oregon, so like,
you could just check to see if it melts where THCA melts. I mean,
Do you have
it's
enough of it to get it tested?
no, I smoked it all.
Oh,
He used the
then
bioassay method.
looks like we're all hypothesizing
This was from 2 years ago.
on
How
nothing.
old
Yeah,
was the
well,
material when you ran it?
Over a year.
Yeah.
did you
So
get that same cut again or that same?
I could get the exact same material again. I could
You
contact the
should try
farmer and
that
go down
again and
there.
see if you can recreate it. And
Marcus, do you remember that paper that showed the glandular trichome formula for loss of terps and the shrinking of the pillow? It kind
Yeah.
of reminds me of something at the end of the process, and I wonder if the age is related to
But the
that.
flavor, like the flavor was still so on point. It melted beautifully, but I couldn't clean it up all the way because every time I tried to do another pass, I could tell I was losing more and more from the
yeah,
heads just exploding and
I
turning
mean,
into a
most of the
powder.
best
What
tasting material is actually the hardest to clean up, right? I mean, let's just call that. It's
was it, you were
typically
dry
that
sifting?
way.
Yeah, it
You were
was
dry,
dry sieved. Yes,
was it metal
Um,
screens or nylon screen?
really interesting.
nylon.
Yeah, interesting. That's
Yeah.
wild.
It's great though, because it just shows, once again, the glimpse into the window of like, hey, there's more possibilities.
Well, there's more questions,
100%.
right? There's
Yeah,
more questions we need answers, and I mean,
Uh, uh,
we're still
Every
discovering.
question that every question that you do answer pops up another 5 or 10 questions.
That's right.
totally. Yeah. Well, sounds like you have some homework to do, my man. You got to get
Yeah,
that cut
I'll get
back,
back down to Oregon.
get you growing it, get the material in, and let's recreate it and see what,
Just for the
there
Hash
might be
Church
some cultivar
community, dude.
specific things happening that, if for instance, this profile and the chemical constituents of that are there, the possibilities were probably there, kind of thing. Be very interesting. I'd love to see you recreate it, man. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure. Well, and you let us know about that testing. We'll
That's right, and don't
Yeah,
We
smoke
should
it
all
all
fly
up.
in to make sure it's what it needs to be.
Yeah, don't smoke it all up. I'll get you Sam's
Yeah.
PO box in
It
Amsterdam,
tastes
and you
so
can.
good. It tastes so good.
Yeah, well, again,
What's the profile in the trop? It's more of a Tropicana cookies across, right? That's
Yep.
on
Yep. But it had this different sharp note to it. I'm a big fan of orange flavor, but like it was totally different. It was almost like a stanky orange.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, we have a few we have not grown that one out. We've got a bunch of packs of that, but I always look at it when I go through the all of his work. I always go through that and I'm like, yeah, maybe this one this time, but it's something else usually. Um yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
definitely gonna
all the
contact the
Tropicana
farmer. I
work.
know that he's got that same exact one, like lineage alive and going. So
Was it outdoor or indoor material?
greenhouse
Okay. Controlled or no controls?
controlled.
Was it a clone or from seed?
I don't know the answer to that one. I can ask.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. When we start talking about populations, it's like, is this a trait that's in the population, or is this a trait that's in that one plant? Right. So
Yeah.
that's why I keep harping on this strain variety cultivar population thing. I mean, a family, as you know, any family, you are not like your brothers or sisters, and you're not like your mom or your father, right? And same is true with cannabis, right? They're plants that have differences between them. So there's a real difference between an individual from a population and then that population. I mean, Colin, like your seeds might not even have that trait in it, even though they came from the same family.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing actually. I was like, because I was thinking actually like my favorite orange profile is the original AE77 clone. Like that particular Calio is very different than Tangy and all these other oranges that I've had.
Yeah.
It's almost like a gassy orange that comes from that Calio from my palette that I've at least the clone that we've grown.
When I produced thousands of California orange seeds,
Yeah,
which I eventually crossed with skunk number one, and Tangy was selected from those progeny, the all of the California orange plants were not citrusy. I mean, or to a much lesser degree. So I had selected one that was extremely citrusy, and that's what I crossed with skunk, and that's where Tangy eventually came from.
yeah,
Colin, when I met Vic High came down to meet RC from Heaven's Stairway years ago, and I
yeah,
was in Ottawa, and I went down to see him in Montreal. And he had a couple of different types of bud for me in two clones. One of them was the grapefruit, and the other one was the AE77. And I didn't know
yeah,
he was bringing them. He just pulled them out. And he's like, "Here you go." And when he handed me the AE77, he said, "This is a 5 on 10 on every metric: yield, potency, flavor, whatever."
yeah,
So essentially, he gave it, and that's the way that they used to hand it out in Cannabis World on that forum. It
yeah,
was so that we had a common scale,
yeah,
right? It was like, this is a 5 on 10.
yeah.
And then when you're comparing other things to it, like this is essentially your calibration curve on the scale, which was funny because it got like, you know, it wasn't an awesome plant. It was a good plant. It had a nice flavor,
It
but it
was.
wasn't an amazing plant. Um,
Hard to grow actually. It was a shorter plant, right, amongst everything else. Like I remember it being needing more like support but it was the flavor for me. I have to commend Sam is like that opened my head up as a teenager, right? To be like, wow, cannabis has a whole world that I have yet to truly understand.
yeah.
And it was due to that particular plant for me. Like I'd
Well,
never smelled that deep citrus skunk like that balance before. It was really a trip for me. So,
I've still got a ton of those hybrid seeds from that using that mother clone. So we should do some projects on all those things together if you got space.
100%. Yeah, I'd love to find a washer in that particular profile because I think the Tangy is very, and then now we have like black cherry soda times Tangy, which is the super boof, and that's another version of it, right? And that's a really good washer, but it's also very citrus forward and very orange forward. It's almost like a lemon tree orange. It's very just acrid orange, as I call it.
I crossed that plant
Great.
to the Shishkaberry Red Line, which is known for making some great hash. It's the same
Yeah, it
father.
is.
And those would be, that's what I would look for the washer. That's where I would go looking for washer plants.
100%. That Shiskiberi is incredible. I think Masonic worked a little bit with some of that stuff, and he's proven that out with some of his lines as well.
I
Everything
like
it's
it as a
ever
hash
been
plant.
in
I
is
didn't love it
killer.
as I didn't love about it as a flower plant, but as a hash plant, it was exceptional.
Totally agree, man. I felt the same way about Calio actually. The flower is okay, but the hash was much better. Just the way it grew.
Calio won a harvest festival in Santa Rosa, uh, maybe in the late 70s. And that's where I got it from, the breeder who bred it.
Awesome. That's cool. That's a cool bit of history. I always wonder where it came from.
That was a harvest party you collected it at, yeah?
Yes,
Harvest festival or something?
absolutely. I actually traded it for some skunk seeds.
So there we
Wow.
go. That just gave me a great idea. Harvest party, right? I'm saying celebrate your wins to Etienne. What if the way we celebrated our wins was with seed swaps and other things that was still a form of activism, but was a celebration of wins? Are we on the same page or what? Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Uh,
That's what we need.
great conversation today, really, everybody. I was going to offer Wade a chance to say something if he wanted to. You're not, don't feel that you have to, Wade, if you're just feeling low energy and you're in the hospital bed, but we'd love to hear with you if you would like to share with us.
Thank you, Marcus. I was thinking earlier that I wanted to comment on today's conversation. I'm really grateful for the deep dive we did on terpenes and the chemistry of the plant, because in my work with pediatric epilepsy, it became really clear to me that it wasn't about THC or CBD, although they played a part. There were clearly either minor cannabinoids that we didn't really understand so much about, or terpenes and flavonoids working together in concert. Because what we found again and again is, pardon my voice here, we would have young people who had identical diagnoses for their condition, and we would look for versions of cannabis that would give relief from seizures. And for some of these kids, like Forrest, my beautiful brother who made the Caladrius Network what it was, I spoke to him this morning. And Silas, his son, is still free of seizures. He's in high school now. We're all beside ourselves with excitement. This is a boy whose parents were told he would not live to the age of 10. And he's alive today. And what's true is all through California, there's folks trying to sort out this exact thing, how to find the versions of cannabis that would give their loved one maybe relief from seizures, maybe some relief from the side effects of chemotherapy, maybe some groundedness in the nightmare that is autism in a family. I mean, there's, Dr. Todd, his book called out the whole list of things that he had observed responded favorably to cannabis. And this is a long-winded way of saying, again, I appreciated Alec reminding us all about compassion and the importance of making this plant available to those who need it at little or no cost. And I have to say, I have so much respect for those of you who are trying to make a living with cannabis today, because it's got to be a really ugly fight, is the way it looks to me. I know a bunch of people. Some of the best farmers I know work jobs to pay their mortgage because they can't make a living growing the best cannabis I know of. Anyway, I just want to close by reminding everybody that whatever part you might play in your community, in your family, with your loved ones, and your work with cannabis, I think it's important. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Offer what you have. And yeah, you might find again and again people will say, thanks, but no thanks. Or what I heard a lot early on in my work was, yeah, it smells great, tastes great, but got anything that gets me high? And you just kind of got to keep going forward, follow your heart, recognize that certainly if you're on this panel today, and most likely if you're listening to this conversation at this point, 4 hours plus in, you're pretty devoted to this plant. And I, like Sam and many of the others on this panel here, really love the fact that cannabis gives me an ecstatic high, a lovely feeling of disconnect, if you will, from the hardness of this world. And yeah, don't forget that as much as we all love it, there are people who need it. Emphasize that word, need to keep them alive, to give them a quality of life, to make. I'm not crazy, people. I have a lot of feelings about this. Yeah, I love the idea of celebratory harvest parties, Marcus and Sam. And I really love your whole goal, Sam. Everybody, everywhere, no matter what reason they want to grow, should be able to have as much cannabis as they want. This is a lovely Santa Maria, perfect name for this plant we love so much. Anyway, I'm going to stop there because I'm running out of energy. Just know that I am doing a lot better than I sound. and I'm told I get out of the hospital this afternoon. And Sam, they're putting me on oxygen at home. So we're in it together now.
Oxygen Brothers, Wade. Listen, thank you so much for being so you and authentic. And I don't know if I spoke on it in church recently, but I did see they did a study where they were measuring frequencies or waves that were coming out of humans with their emotions. And more than love, more than anger, more than happiness, more than sadness, it was authenticity that came out at the highest measurable rate. And I think that's why nobody thinks you're crazy at all. They know that you're authentic, and your authenticity speaks volumes. It's palpable. It's you can feel it in your heart. So I always appreciate you, Wade, sharing with us, and I appreciate you. Like you're talking about people coming into Hash Church, you're like, oh, if you came in here for 4+ hours, you're fairly dedicated to this plant. Dude, you're in the hospital bed in Hash Church for 4.5 hours. So how about your dedication, brother Wade? Standing ovation for you, dude. Always a pleasure to have you here with us. And it was a great episode today. The whole aromatic compound conversation, that Dr. Mark started with abstract, and then I brought in Nick Zeigler, and then I hit up Alec, and I also hit up Dr. Mark Lewis, but he was busy. I hit up Ryan. He was able to come in. It really made a great conversation. So thank you everyone that came in for that. Skunkman Sam, as always. Colin, missed you last week, but happy to have you back this week. And really sorry about your dad and your aging elderly cat. Life is pretty damn incredible, but it's also quite a bitch simultaneously. The double-ended sword. It's almost like you can't enjoy the one end of it without that other end being just really so close nearby. And I guess it's to give us perspective of appreciation and gratefulness. I'm hella grateful. I hope you guys are hella grateful as well. Super thanks to Etienne Fontaine for fighting the good fight endlessly, like just absolutely like tenacious. I'd hate for him to be on the other side. It would be not good for our movement in any way. That's a way of me saying you are excellent on our side and for everything that you've done in full. Praise to brother Etienne as well. I want to thank young Logan for coming in, Wolverine Dabs, and sharing some cool shit that got us all to suddenly turning into hashish investigators, like just like plowing him the light in his eyes, like what was the humidity, like what was how long did you age this flower? He's just like shooting off answers. He's like, I can't answer that question. I'm sorry, I plead the fifth. Thank you for that, Wolverine Dabs. It's nice to just be taken down another path, and I really appreciate it. Anyone else that was here that left, I am sorry if I have forgotten you somehow, but I want to thank everyone that was watching. Thank all the new members for the Bubble Man's World channel. And I will jokingly say that someone said in the room, I think it was Bingo Lombardi, may the Delta 8 bless your bowl sooner than later. Totally kidding. May the full mouth bless your bowl sooner than later. Dr. Mark, I did not forget about you. You've gone. You were here. You started some great conversations today. So thank you for being here as well. And I guess we'll see you all next week. We're going to have another conversation. It might be involved with this aromatic rabbit hole that we went in this week. If we can organize it, Nick has the scientists that actually created or built the machinery that they were perceiving at the 1 to the trillionth level. So Dr. Ethan Russo, I'm going to invite. We'll get Abstract in here. We'll get Dr. Mark back and Ryan and maybe Alec, and we'll just go really deep down this rabbit hole and see what we can. Yeah, see what we can do it, man. See what we can do. So anyone hit me up if you think you should be on that show, and we'll see you next week. Peace out, everybody.